Thanks, sir. Welcome to the June 17th, 2025 meeting. Please silence your cell phones, pagers, and other electronic communication devices. Agendas and speaker request forms are located at the back of the chambers, so the commission utilizes a speaker request form. If you would like to speak on an item, please complete a speaker request form located in the bookshelves in the back of the chambers and return it to the commission director, Jordan, or actually, yep, he's here today, okay, perfect. And he will get you on the agenda to speak, and we usually typically give you about roughly 3 minutes, so. I'm gonna take the moment right now just to share a little bit about, before we do a moment of silent reflection, and we'll have a reflect. Lindell Peterson was a commissioner and an important figure in the county here for a long time. He served as a commissioner from 2011 to 2016. He had recently passed, and at liberty to say there is no services at this time, but if they happen to come up with services or whatever, we'll make that announcement later. But if we just want to take a moment of reflection, and we'll follow by the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. To the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have a pretty lengthy agenda today, so we'll roll right into our agenda. So we'll get a motion. Motion to approve the agenda as presented. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Hadcock, a second by Durr to approve the agenda as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. And we'll move on to item number 5. The Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. So at this time, I'll see, is there any citizens that want to remove any of the items on number 5, A through H? Seeing none, well, is there any of the commissioners that would like to remove anything to be considered on its own merit from A through H?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
5G.
G?
G.
So we will be asked to remove 5G. Got anything else? Okay, so I get a motion for the consent agenda excluding...
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item G.
Motion. We have a motion by Roskinek, a second by Drews. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. We'll move on to item G, and this is acknowledge personnel changes. And Commissioner Drews, I'll give you the floor. So,
Okay. When I was looking at the recommendations from the HR office, I just noticed that we've got a couple of fairly new employees there. This is adjusting their salary substantially within that first year, and this doesn't count the amount that would be the normal increase. And I just question whether or not it's not too soon to be doing that.
okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Durr.
Yeah, Mr. Drews, are you talking about the 2 positions in the HR office?
I am,
Okay,
yes.
I looked at those as well. Carol?
Is Carol here? Carol, you want to come forward and give us a little explanation on those items? Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Carol Bancroft, HR Director for Pennington County. Yes, both of those are close to their 1 year, which the policy states that within their first year, first 12 months, that there can be an increase in steps. So for each of these individuals, that's what this is.
So Carol, the steps are how much for each of those?
I apologize, I don't have that information in front of me, but I think it's 2 steps for one of them and 3 steps for the other. But I could get you that information.
Yeah, let's take looking at the title here, the marketing manager. So what you're proposing there is a over $3,200 increase in salary, and that doesn't include the normal increase, right?
When you say normal increase,
Well, the percentage that employees are scheduled to receive this year.
so there weren't any increases this year. Everybody went on to the wage scale this year, and they got 1.5% COLA before they went on to the wage scale.
Okay,
So for each of these individuals, they're within their first 12 months of hire, and according to the policy, that they could go up to 10 steps, and both of them are well below that 10 steps. One of them is at 5, and I think the other one is at 3.
okay. I just, personally, I think it's too soon to be moving them to that degree.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So Carol, how many times have we done this in the last 6 months?
This is the common practice. It's according to the policy. So
Yes.
it's being consistent with what we do.
And I've seen it on many of the department heads in the last 6 months, not just this one. So if we were going to do it, we should make the policy so we cannot do it if that's where we're headed for the future on our policy. So if you're not doing anything different than what our policy is and that we've done in the last 6 months, let alone the last, 3-4 years, I think what you're doing is good for your people. Especially, you look at the experience they have, how long they've been with us, all those kind of things. And I appreciate that you had looked at it. Like I said, I've been watching these for the last 6 months, and there's a lot of people been doing this. If we'd like to change that policy, I'd be willing to do that as well, and I think in the future we're going to. So thank you, Carol,
Right.
for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
And one more thing, not on yours, Ms. Carroll, but are we putting interim commander on the new position for John Martin?
Yes, there
Yes.
is a position description that is now for interim
Okay.
commander, and this was an update from the original personnel actions report that I submitted, and this is a correction to that, so it is interim commander.
I appreciate it, Ms. Carroll. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, getting back to the interim commander, that matches the motion that was presented by the board, so thanks for taking care of that. And so, kind of on the same path, not getting into individual employees, I agree with Commissioner Drews and I agree with Commissioner Hadcock. I have a concern, which I've talked about, and I pulled off the consent calendar last month, the increases in the treasurer's office. And so we have, no step increases planned. So based on good performance and moving forward, the majority of the employees in the county are getting those step increases. So unless their department head wants to follow this new hire process and say within the first 12 months you can move up to 12 steps, what about the employee in the county that is here their second year or third year and they don't get that opportunity growth because it was never presented to them or that opportunity didn't exist, whatever the case may be? And so the difficulty I have with, which I've talked to you about, Carol, and it's not related to what you're doing right now, it's just getting back to what Commissioner Hadcock said. It's very difficult, and I just had this conversation with the treasurer yesterday, and we'll speak about this later. It's very difficult to create a personnel budget and say that in 2026, this is what we intend to fund with personnel. And then looking at what step increases cost, if you just look at, what a normal step increase would be and say, it's 1 step increase a year at 1.5%, or it's 2, whatever that case is, we have to be able to budget for that. And I believe by giving department heads and some employees the opportunity within that first year to move 12 steps by policy, it takes away our ability to have fiscal control and plan. And so that's kind of on my list as we were going to go through the budget process, that we would, tighten up this opportunity and put something in place that's applicable to the organization as a whole, and not, some individuals in certain offices that have the ability to do that, but we remain consistent across the organization. So when we create a budget, we know that next year we're budgeting for one-step increase or two-step increases, and we do that by position. And so, yes, employee, and a comment on the document that you put forward, it kind of goes back to Commissioner Drew's point. I would like to see what the hire date of the employee is. And so that would help when we look at these, to see these changes, to know that somebody's been here, 1 month are we getting these? And so even last month, with some of the changes in the treasurer's office moving to tax and title specialist, many of them got $1 to $3 an hour in raises. A few months ago, one employee in the treasurer's office went from one level on the org chart to the next level on the org chart, and that was a $13,000 pay increase, which I think is too much. So it would help if we could get some of those down and then think about some of the comments, and if we could look at a draft change in our employee manual, I think that would help us as we move forward with the 26 budget process.
All right.
Any other comments? I think it's probably just imperative to say that this policy we need to review, so, in the future. But right now, we're handling this specific item, so can we get a motion on this item?
Move to approve item G.
Second.
We have a motion from Hadcock, second by Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Nay.
So, we can do a roll call, Kara, I think we have.
Durr,
Yes.
Drews,
No.
Hadcock,
Aye.
Ross Connect,
Nay.
Wyffenbach.
Aye. So we had a 3-2, motion carries. Move on to
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
item number 6, regular agenda items from the public per SDCL 125-1. Speaker request forms, I don't have any speaker request forms. So, is there anybody in the public that wants to speak? Maybe just say something nice about me or something? I don't care.
I will.
No, I don't know, we're not gonna let her talk.
Nice.
Okay, so we'll move on to item 7, is 4-H Extension Advisory Board vacancy. And this is appointment of Ms. Denise Maher to the 4-H Extension Advisory Board vacancy. So we need to have a motion here.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I would make the motion, and I would agree with Commissioner Hadcock. We should have Denise come up also.
okay. Well, Denise, would you want to come up and,
But I would need a second to that motion.
we got a
Second.
We got a motion from Commissioner Drews and a second from Commissioner Durr. So all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign.
No.
So 4-1, motion carries. Denise?
I said no.
Yeah, I said 4-1, motion carries. So Denise, did you want to say a few words? Thank you for volunteering to be on the 4-H Advisory Board vacancy, and if you don't want to
Okay, thank you very much.
introduce yourself to the people and
Okay, I'm Denise Maher. I had children that were in 4-H for years, and they got so much out of the leadership that they got from that and community service. I volunteered for 4-H. I've judged dog shows. I've helped out with events. I've even taught classes for them. And I think that 4-H is critical, especially with our kids right now, getting them off tablets, getting them off social media. If we can just really put some energy into our 4-H program statewide, I think that we can really pull our kids back into the real world in some aspects. And I know that they're looking at robotics and some other programs that I think a lot of parents don't know 4-H offers. I think a lot of them think it's animals and ag, but there's so much more to 4-H. And so I'm hoping that getting on that advisory board, I can provide some insight and kind of help with moving 4-H forward and to the next generation.
thank you, and welcome aboard to the 4-H group, and
Thank you. Any questions?
I know they'll
Mr.
appreciate it.
Chairman?
Yep.
So, just a couple of questions. Do you actually have a horse, Denise?
I have 2 ponies, rescue ponies, so no horses anymore.
Lots of dogs.
Dogs, yes, I compete in agility and I train dogs, and I do have chickens too, so I
And
do have
chickens.
the ag part of it.
I just wanted to say it was a privilege to have the opportunity to sit in on the interview with Denise, and I think she's going to bring a lot of energy to the extension group, and I appreciate her stepping forward to volunteer to do this.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Commissioner Drews.
Yeah,
Thank you
Mr.
again.
Chairman. Yeah, I've
Anybody
got a
else?
question, Mr. Chairman, or a comment.
Yes, Commissioner.
So I know, Gary, you're on the advisory board
Right.
for the commission, represents the commission, and I believe you're the only applicant, is that correct?
Right. Actually, it wasn't even advertised. Denise made application to join the board, and we had an open position. And so it was, so she'll continue to serve for the remainder of this year because each of the board members on extension are appointed annually.
All right. So this goes for you as well, Commissioner Drews. So, yeah, thanks for joining. My wife used to be a 4-H agent, and, yeah, it's a great program. I have, for both of you, a couple of comments. I did talk to Patty Bruner about, I don't know, a month ago or so, ran into her, and I would like the Extension Advisory Board to look at the MOU with SDSU that we provide that service. And in the agreement, we're paying the agent's salary, and then we pay the agent's travel expenses, and it's broken out about we pay some of the expenses, and so the state employee, because it's a state employee, will voucher the county to reimburse for those expenses. And then the 4-H secretary is a county employee, and I previously talked to SDSU about this years ago, but what I would like to see us get toward is that we have this MOU, but the employee over there, the secretarial support, is a state employee. And in our agreement, not that we're taking that away, but we just add those dollars back in there because some of the travel the state is reimbursing to the state per our agreement, some of it's coming to us. And what I would rather do, just for ease of financial accounting, employment, et cetera, is that we fund to that level, but we just say, we're going to fund it in the agreement, but just like the agent is your employee, the clerical support should be your employee. Average out what those travel expenses are and what we had been reimbursing, put that in the MOU and let that be reimbursed by the state instead of coming back to the county to reimburse that. And there is a conversation that I'll talk to you about it, Gary, but it gets into reimbursement for travel and fringe benefits, and the state has a policy, and the two of us are doing something different related to that, but that MOU is one that I would like to review.
So Patty's pretty rehearsed on this?
I just talked to her about it, so no, she's not quite rehearsed, but I will get with the Commissioner Drews and tell him what I'm looking at, because as we go through the budget process, that's something that I'm going to suggest that we do. And it's not that I don't want to defund 4-H, I think it's a great program, I want to fund it, but it's a program ran by SDSU, and then our MOU that we have, we're providing the building space, the Walter Taylor Building. We provide agent support, clerical support, travel. And instead of kind of invoicing through the county, I would rather just have the county in the MOU give that money to the state, and then they can do all the invoicing and vouchering internal on their side. So that's
Okay,
my
so
comment.
just cut out that middle piece.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Nothing like hitting the ground running.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Commissioner Head.
I just have a comment. So I believe the 4-H programs are amazing. The people that have ran them in the past have been very good about what they do with the children. Patty Bruner is a good friend of mine, and she does an amazing job there for helping out people. The main issues is to make it non-political, make sure that everybody gets that fair shot for the youth, and that in the future, we don't discount anybody. So I appreciate it. Thank you for serving.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roskine?
Mr. Chair, yeah, I just want to say, welcome aboard. Thank you. It's a great program, and once again, thank you for your service.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Ms. Maher.
Okay, thank you.
We'll move on to item 8. Brittany, if you're in the audience, Planning Commission vacancy, candidate recommendation from interview committee, interviewed Board of Commissioners. And are any of the candidates here, or
Yes,
just one or two of them, or?
yes.
Okay. So you wanted us to basically ask them, go ahead, I'll let you explain.
Sure. On May 28th, we had an interview committee that interviewed 3 candidates for the Planning Commission. They did make their recommendation, but this is an opportunity for the remainder of the board to meet the candidates, interview them, and then make their determination of appointment. So I believe Kurt and Jason and Matt are in the audience.
Okay.
Jay?
And the one we did not listen to that couldn't make it to the previous meetings to speak to the commission is Kurt.
Correct.
Okay. Is Kurt here today then, or? Hi, Kurt. Did we want to talk to Kurt?
Yeah.
or-
I think, come on up.
You want to come up forward and just identify yourself, Kurt?
Stay here.
Pardon?
Here.
He's with his granddaughter.
Hey, good morning. I'm Kurt Hughes. I live off Sheridan Lake Road and Clarkson Road. Yeah, we interviewed. I was out of town. I appreciate the opportunity to interview while I was on vacation. So I happened to be in Boston at that time, and it was a fun time anyway.
Okay, we understand that part of all that. I guess we have, like, a question from the commission would be if you could identify the top 3 issues, challenges you feel Pennington County is facing in the next 3 to 5 years when it comes to planning. Did you have advance notice of this question, or is it the first time I'm asking you?
I haven't heard that one.
Okay, all right,
But
well,
I'll
give you
I can-
plenty of latitude.
I can wing it.
Good.
We had, when I worked for the city of Rapid City, it was always a issue with developments and where they were located and how to serve them with city services. I would think that would be an issue with Pennington County also. You get this spot development, and then you gotta have roads and water and sewer going out to them, if possible. And it really, it taxes the budget, when you have to run long service lines, maintain more roads, in that. Another issue that I've run against in my experience is spot zoning, where somebody requests a zone change in the middle of a, residential area. They want to do something industrial or something, and trying to get permission to have this lone zone out there. And I think that'd be an issue. Third one, keeping track of like conditional use permits and what, if they're following what was part of the conditions on the conditional use permit, and, periodic inspections, and write-ups if necessary.
Thank you. Does commissioners have any direct questions to ask? No? Fine. You can have a seat. Thank you.
Okay, thank
And
you.
we'll make a decision. I guess we're poised to make a decision. Okay.
Sure.
Yep. Commissioner Hadcock.
So I think Matt, Kurt, and Jay are all good candidates. I've read through their papers. I really appreciate people wanting to serve on the Planning Commission. Why I would recommend Jay Schmidt, and why I'm saying this is because I've seen Jay Schmidt at a lot of city council meetings, a lot of county commission meetings. I mean, he's interested in the community. He's telling us what he thinks, which I appreciate on most people. Might always not be agreeable with what he thinks, but if you give him the facts and the information that he needs to know to make a good decision, he's made that. If he's nilly-willing it, or people are not giving him that information, of course, then he's making up his own mind. But I've seen him in and out. I've seen him on emails to many of our staff. I've seen him in Care Campus where he's met with Barry, he's met with different people. I mean, he's interested in county government, and he has been. And that's why I would make a motion for Jay Schmidt, because I'd like to see a citizen that has been in here and have to go through the same thing we have to do on these decisions and understand what we go through in one thing, and the other, get that factual information to be able to put out there and understand what we do and what his position is, because it's not as easy as it looks. So for me, my motion would be Jay Schmidt.
I'll second that motion. So, a discussion on the motion. We have a first from Hadcock, second by Wyffenbach to nominate Jay Schmidt. So we have a conversation.
I'm going to make a substitute motion
Okay.
that I would recommend Matt Schmall.
So we have a substitute motion for
I'll
Matt,
second that.
and we have a second from Drews. Any discussion on that substitute motion? Okay, we'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
On the substitute motion?
Yeah, on the substitute motion.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
So opposed, same sign, aye.
Aye.
So 3-2, motion carries. Matt Schmall will be the new Pennington County Planning Commission person. So Matt, are you in are you here? Yep, yep. So congratulations, we'll look forward to working with you, and did anybody want him to come forward and just introduce himself? And he was here last meeting, so. And
Was.
I'll say one thing to the candidates. We appreciate you offering up your time. I wish you had more. We could have probably put all three of you on the planning commission. We will change the process a little bit going forward, so it's not, the timeliness of it makes it complicated to just say, hey, you gotta be here on this date. And everybody has plans, so we'll look at doing that. And thanks again for all your participation. And Matt, thank you. We look forward to working with you in the future. So we'll move on to item number 9. Items from Emergency Management, Director Dustin Willett. Hello, Mr. Dustin, you're my hero. I know I tell you that every time, but the Storm Atlas, Dustin really stepped up to the plate in 2013, and along with everybody else involved.
I always appreciate that, Chairman Wyffenbach, but it always brings back images and memories that sometimes I'd rather leave in the past. But no, happy to
It could have been a lot worse memories, so but today we're talking about Black Hills Energy Power shutdown plan, which kind of got us all by surprise a little bit, but we're here to talk about it today. So let's go.
Yep, so Dustin Willett, good morning, Commission. Dustin Willett, Director of Emergency Management for Rapid City and Pennington County. Did a couple of quick slides, not a very long presentation at all, but just to keep my thoughts organized. And I think you have this in front of you as well. So bottom line up front, as part of the wildfire mitigation plan for Black Hills Energy, and they've got a contingent here today that after my brief run through here, we'll be able to hopefully answer and address further questions that you or the public may have. But Black Hills Energy plans to preemptively de-energize certain power lines in areas that travel through zones that have been designated as having a higher risk for large wildfire development. When climatic conditions or environmental conditions, typically wind and humidity, reach a certain threshold. So our concern is if these shutdowns are long duration, and the definition that we use for long duration power loss is over 24 hours. There's some cascading consequences to that. And so we have a few concerns on that. What we know, these power shutoffs are a trend for investor utilities across the western United States. Every western state, we're talking, except for Alaska, I haven't seen a reference to Alaska, but Washington, Oregon, California, Hawaii, New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, Idaho, Wyoming, Montana. The shutoff tool as wildfire mitigation is certainly spreading across the western United States, and now it's our turn to navigate through this. It's a tool that Black Hills Energy plans to have available this summer. One of the things that we'll certainly talk about further in this presentation and probably today, obviously we haven't done it in the Black Hills yet, but historically when we look across the investor-owned utilities that have used this strategy in the past. Right now, the average is those shutoffs are about 48 hours. We don't have local examples to say this is how long it would be. All we have is the data that exists, and historically, the average for those shutoffs is 48 hours. What we don't know, and this is just a follow-on of what I just said, we don't necessarily know the anticipated extent or duration specifically of these power shutoffs within Pennington County. We're still trying to work out the actual impact to electric co-ops, primarily Black Hills Electric Co-op. There are some Black Hills Electric Co-op customers that rely on Black Hills Energy, obviously, as the source of that electricity. And so we don't necessarily know just yet what that impact is to some of the co-op customers. The community understands, by and large, that we are at risk from wildland-urban interface fires. That's been the top threat for our community for decades. We know that risk exists. We work hard, as does Black Hills Energy, to mitigate the risk of wildland fire and specifically wildland-urban interface fire. Black Hills Energy has done such a phenomenal job for, 140 years of keeping the lights on, that this community has not had to navigate regularly occurring long-term power outages. That's not something that we face. Chairman Weifenbach brought up Winter Storm Atlas. That was probably the last time we faced, multi-day widespread outages in the Rapid City, Pennington County area. And there were significant consequences from that loss of power, along with everything else we were dealing with from that blizzard. But there's some questions in regards to how prepared our community is to navigate a long-term power outage. Who has backup power? What has backup power? How resilient are we in the face of losing commercial power? And then one of the big pieces is what the ask is going to be from at-risk population. So when people are impacted by a long-term power outage, what are they going to need from the community, from government, from public safety, from their neighbors? That's certainly something that needs to be navigated in terms of personal responsibility versus the community as a whole. So that's a discussion that we'll have to tease out as we move along. Our primary concerns are always going to be life safety. Top of that list are people that require electricity to power medical devices that maintain their health. So think oxygen concentrators, home ventilators, home dialysis machines, those types of things. Again, we're talking about our concern is long-term power outage. So if we're talking a 24-hour power outage, there aren't very many refrigerators out there that are going to keep food at a safe temperature, longer than 4 to 6 hours, let alone 24 hours. So past 24 hours, we have a significant consideration about food and medicine spoilage that require refrigeration. Access to potable water. Almost all the water systems that we have, especially single-family resident water systems, are dependent on an electric well. There's very few that have elevated storage that can gravity pressure feed the system. There's a few, but we're certainly worried about access to potable water during long-term power outage. And then the ability to heat or cool during temperature extremes. Finishing that out, this is something that we don't have our heads really well wrapped around yet, none of this, but we really are trying to figure out if there's going to be any degradation to telecommunication services. So we want the ability to communicate with the public, to warn the public, not just for power outage, but any threat that might come to light in that time, whether it be wildfire, whether it be anything else. So we're just concerned about the telecommunication infrastructure and how our ability to communicate with the public and how the public's ability to access public safety might be during a long-term power outage. And then there's safety issues surrounding portable generator use. If people use portable generators appropriately, they're a fantastic tool and a great way to mitigate power loss. But when they're not used appropriately, we end up with increased cases of carbon monoxide poisoning, structure fires, wildland fires, with people hot fueling their generators and other things. So there are some safety concerns around inappropriate portable generator use. The hope, obviously, is that people operate those correctly. And then just one quick additional concern, obviously, this has the potential to have significant business interruption and economic loss. I will say and in my final slide at the end of this, We are getting more and more information from Black Hills Energy. Our conversations have been productive, and as we wrap our heads around what this is moving forward, some of the timeframes of historically, at least, when this might have been employed, we're not looking necessarily, and this is tough, right? Because past events aren't indicative or predictive of future events. But as it stands right now, the concern is really more in the spring and then late fall, early winter times, not necessarily over that Memorial Day to Labor Day period. Not to say that couldn't happen, but when Black Hills Energy looks retroactively at or retrospectively at past weather and conditions, it seems to indicate that so far that Memorial to Labor Day window hasn't been significantly affected. So lines of effort for emergency management. We're trying to estimate the course of harm. How bad is bad? So Empower is a data set for people that have electrically dependent medical equipment at home. So we're working with the state of South Dakota, with the Department of Health, in order to access some data about how many folks we have in what areas that are dependent on electricity for the medical equipment. So that will help us estimate what the course of harm may be. We're certainly interested in analyzing data sets and specifically GIS data so that we can really localize what that extent might be. As we get some of this data, where are our medical device, medically or electrically dependent medical device users, and overlay that with areas that might be affected by a power shutdown. So mapping is huge for us, and we're still waiting on some of those data sets. But we've been told they're on their way. And then certainly the critical infrastructure identification and assessment. So we look at lift stations, wells, pump houses, telecommunication towers, data backhaul facilities, health and medical facilities. Pretty much everything we have in modern society uses commercially available electric power to operate. So when we take commercially available electric power off the table, we have a lot of impacts to those critical infrastructure services and pieces that we're used to. Second of our 3 lines of effort right now is public preparedness. We continue to emphasize our existing 3-day preparedness planning. Staff in emergency management is currently, we've already have some draft documents out, developing more detailed preparedness guidance for long-term power loss. Public education campaign, basically increasing how often we're messaging about the potential for power loss in the community and what some mitigation strategies might be. And we're certainly going to amplify preparedness messaging from other organizations, certainly including Black Hills Energy. So as people come out with information about how to prepare, how to mitigate, how to be safe, we'll share that information out through our folks as well. So we'll amplify those messages. And then response planning, right? So we want to work with Black Hills Energy to codify lines of communication, timelines, and operational coordination. So, and I don't think there's going to be any problems with this. The meetings that we've had, everybody has been open to coordinating and making sure that we're talking to each other, that we understand each other's language and concern, and that we put into place the right structures, the right mechanisms, the right expectations, so that we are working closely with Black Hills Energy so that we understand what's happening, when it's happening, and so that we can leverage some of our tools as well to better inform and keep the public safe. We want to identify those pathways for public notification and information. Certainly Black Hills Energy is going to communicate with their customers. However, we have tools to communicate with the public at large, right? So our visitors, people that are transiently moving through the area, tourists, folks that aren't Black Hills Energy customers. So we have the ability to reach a greater portion of the public, and we'll certainly coordinate with Black Hills Energy in doing that. And then the big one really is to determine appropriate support operations, the logistics for those operations, and ultimately financing for those operations. So just some examples: if we have to distribute bottled water, if we have to set up a community reception center, at a very extreme end, if sheltering is necessary, those are all relatively large logistical lifts and certainly financial impacts. And we'll have to have a discussion about what's appropriate, what our posture is, and what we need to be prepared for. And that's a conversation that certainly happens between multiple stakeholders, but the elected officials certainly as well, in terms of what public resources are appropriate to leverage in a response posture to something like this. Two slides left, I think. So collaboration, these are kind of our hopes. So we get that Black Hills Energy is a big company. We get that this applies to more than just Pennington County. It applies to the Black Hills. It applies more than the Black Hills, over into Wyoming, down into Colorado, all those places that Black Hills Energy does electricity distribution. We get that it's bigger than just Pennington County. However, that being said, we continue to hope that we'll get some detailed data sets that'll assist us in planning and preparedness. And in our meetings, again, things have gone very, very well. They've always come to the table, and we are relatively sure that those data sets are in the works and will be shared as available. The big one is we're really looking for true collaboration between Black Hills Energy and local public safety and meteorological specialists. So it seems like we meet and information is provided from the local perspective, but we're not sure where that information goes, how that information is discussed. Is that information assimilated into the plan? Obviously, it's a big plan. It covers a large service area, but I would say that the industry, the electric utility industry term is a public safety power shutdown. And in Pennington County, the public safety organizations aren't there yet. In order for us to be affiliated with it, in order for us to even understand it, to hang that public safety moniker on this strategy, we would certainly like to be involved in the development of the thresholds, understand what the planning is, be a part of that planning. Obviously, with an investor-owned utility, a private company, there's no requirement that they collaborate with us truly, and we're grateful for the engagement that we've had thus far. But we really, from a public safety standpoint, we would like a little more two-way collaboration and involvement with local folks in terms of developing some of the elements of that plan. And then another hard conversation certainly is resources to help support any necessary response efforts. So if the act of shutting down power creates significant logistical or financial hardships, the question is who's coming to the table to help with those resource needs? And those will be interesting conversations to have as well. So lastly from me, and again, this was just to set the stage, I'm not up here to sling rocks. Black Hills has been very responsive to any meeting request we've had. Our meetings have been increasingly productive and informative up to last week. So we had meetings last week that were great, good, informative meetings moving in the right direction. Our relationships that we've developed over the decades, frankly, with leadership at Black Hills Energy remain strong and respectful. We may not agree with the strategy moving forward, but we're able to have adult conversations and work through and talk through the issues that are facing us. And then finally, EM Jobs is the reason my office exists, the reason we're funded, the reason that we do what we do is to prepare the community for worst case scenarios. I'm not here to spread hyperbole. I'm not here to spread unnecessary or undue alarm. We simply want the public and stakeholders and you as elected officials to be aware of and prepare for the risks that we face. And this is a relatively new risk for Pennington County. We've dealt with power outages. Power outage is a known risk, but the frequency and duration that this new strategy may bring to the table is something that we haven't had to navigate before. So that's what I had prepared there, and certainly happy to stand for any questions. And again, I know that we have a delegation from Black Hills Energy that would answer your questions as well.
Chair.
Thank you, Dustin. And I just want to put a word out here. I can see that there's going to be a million questions. I'm asking for some, we'll probably grant some latitude here, but I'm asking for my commissioners to pay attention to the questions that are asked. Try not to repeat the same question, and we'll get down to business here. So how do we want to proceed with questions with Dustin, or do we want to listen to the other side? We'll ask a few questions of Dustin, and I think then Black Hills Energy can help fill in the gaps here. So I'll open it up. Commissioner Hadcock.
So I've been listening to this conversation for a while, and I'm glad Black Hills Energy came because they've always been fair and just. Whenever I've asked questions or had them come, they came up. So they've been a good company for surrounding area. The only issue is, we need some answers for our emergency management guy. He's talking about consequences, and I appreciate that you're talking about prepared community, public safety. That's what we do up here, business interruption, economic loss. Thank you, Dustin, for doing your presentation. I have lots of questions. I don't know if they are quite what for you, but how big is the area that is usually impacted? Is there an alternative power? Can we use the other companies in order to help with some of what might be impacted from it? Legal ramifications for health and safety. And then is there other states and counties and cities that had power outages that we can use for examples? And if those are going to be the examples and that's what you've seen, Dustin, it'd be nice to see what that means, because it looks like to me, and I've been listening to you, and I've been listening to other people, the consequences is where the power outage for me, and the long-term power outage, and how that would affect our communities. That's the bottom line. So for me, those questions, I don't know if they're for you, Dustin, but maybe they're for Black Hills Energy. Those are some huge areas that you talked about on your screen today. Wastewater, food, Medicare, telecommunications, any kind of infrastructure that is going to be health and safety for our citizens is huge, whether it be a city, a county, or a state. So anything that we could get some answers from today, and maybe from you, if you have things that you need to ask of them afterwards, I would appreciate that, because you would know a lot better than this commission about what to ask, and if we're needing to do something as a county for this to move forward.
Chair? Yep. So Commissioner Hadcock, there's a couple of things I can address there, and you're right. Some of those are questions that only Black Hills would be able to answer. So in terms of alternative power, two things that come to mind there. One is, as we identify pieces of critical infrastructure, and certainly as we communicate with the public, alternative power basically means generators, whether it's solar, whether it's diesel, whether it's natural gas. Do you have an alternate means of providing power to that piece of critical infrastructure or that home? We're working on trying to we can communicate out to the public for residents or residential structures, but really we're looking at those bigger pieces of critical infrastructure that support large pieces of the population, and analyzing who has backup power, who does not have backup power. The only other point with alternative power is keep in mind that for this power shutdown tool that Black Hills Energy is developing, lack of power isn't the problem. There's power in the system, generation is fine. It's the risk involved in moving that electricity. So alternate sources of power at a utility level doesn't really come to bear in this particular instance, simply because it's not a lack of power, it's a challenge or a risk in moving that power over power lines.
Dustin, not to interrupt you, but so what happens when in other states that have millions of people that are impacted, and you have a power outage, that had to happen before.
Yep.
And has it been the long term, and is that where you're getting some of the examples where you're saying public safety, health, welfare, because you wouldn't be up here and we wouldn't be doing this presentation if it's happened somewhere else and it's not working or it needs to be different. Why I'm saying that is because that's a huge impact. If we can't take what they've done and do it in the Black Hills area or the surrounding state, that's pretty huge.
So there's two pieces there, and that was my next item is other jurisdictions. So yes, this has happened in other jurisdictions across the western United States. We are in a direct communication with Department of Health officials, both at a county and a state level, and my peers in county emergency management across multiple jurisdictions that deal with these shutoffs. All of the risks that I've brought forward are risks that have to be navigated. Those are things that have happened and continue to happen in other communities. We are not unique in terms of the dependence on electricity and the infrastructure that's affected. So yes, we are actively communicating with people that have gone through this. Again, everything's open source, right? What can we find that's open source? And when you're dealing with multiple investor-owned utilities, not all of that information is always public. So with the public information that we've been able to open source, it looks like the first power shutdown strategy like this was implemented back in 2017. They started talking about it in 2008, but I think the first time it was done was in California in 2017 under the official doctrine of a public safety power shutdown. So it's happened dozens of times since then in multiple different states, and we do and have and are actively reaching out with people that have gone through it to understand what the challenges are, what some of their solutions are, what are the best practices, how did you manage this, what's being done. That's when I said some of those examples, points of distribution for drinking water sometimes, certainly public reception or resource centers where people can come and charge their electric equipment, whether it be phones, whether it be durable medical equipment. Those are all strategies that other jurisdictions use. So yes, we are absolutely engaging with other jurisdictions to see, again, there's no need to reinvent wheels, or there's no need to be surprised if this is happening in other places. We're certainly willing to learn those lessons. It does speak, one element of that does speak to, and this is kind of a dichotomy in this conversation, is a lot of this you'll hear over and over in different presentations, industry standard. This is a electric utility industry standard. And it goes both ways, right? So if you hang your shingle on industry standard, well, the industry standard right now is those outages last 48 hours. That's the average. Some are just a few hours. Some of them are 6-7 days. So it really runs the gamut, but we don't have local data to support that yet. All we have is what's happened in other jurisdictions. So using that term industry standard, I understand we have to start someplace, and we have to use lessons that other people have learned. But to my point of wanting to truly collaborate with local specialists, we would love there to be engagement locally. The Black Hills isn't exactly the same as every other forest in the western United States. The suppression resources aren't the same. The maintenance of the electrical infrastructure isn't necessarily the same. And so we are hopeful that we can have some discussions about, instead of just industry standard, how can we have some ownership and locally influence some of these policies. Then the last item that you talked about that I think I can speak to super briefly is the legal side of that, the legal ramifications. So the two things I would say there is the Public Utility Commission has come out. They stood up their website, I think, on the 6th and said that per state law, when the utility declares an emergency, when they feel that the situation is an emergency, they're able to shut off power. So the Public Utility Commission has at least taken a tentative public stance of it's not within their purview to necessarily allow or disallow the practice of a public safety power shutdown. A lot of states end up codifying some of these elements in state law and through the Public Utility Commission. And then the last thing I would say with that in terms of legal liability is tort law in this country, anybody can sue anybody for anything. So when there are negative consequences, some people seek redress in court, and I can't speak to what that would be, but anytime there are consequences, one of the things that's unique about this strategy is it's a decision. We've navigated this with when, as an example, when Pactola reaches a certain flood stage, we no longer have local control over the releases. The Army Corps of Engineers takes over, and they have a flood release table because they're managing, quite frankly, the Mississippi River, let alone the Missouri and Rapid. And so when they're managing flooding on the Mississippi River in their manual based on elevations at Pactola, we can no longer say, hey, you're flooding houses in Johnson Siding, stop releasing water. We don't have that latitude. Those decisions get made. And so when it's somebody making a decision that's causing loss to an individual, there's emotion surrounding that. There's concern surrounding that. So
Other commissioners, I'm sure you guys got questions.
Yep.
We'll start with Gary. Go ahead. Commissioner Drews.
I'd just soon hear from Black Hills Energy.
Okay. At this point, we'll hear from Black Hills Energy. One sec, we got a question from Commissioner Durr, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, Commissioner Hadcock nailed it. So I just have one comment. I love what you put together. I love your stuff. I would like you to make the document that we had, I would have liked to seen that on the agenda prior to just showing up this morning. And so try to meet the agenda timeline with Joan because Joan works harder in the agenda. And I would have preferred to have read this in advance of the meeting today. So
Fair and totally understood with the, not making excuses. The workload that we had, I came in at 4:30 this morning to put that together.
all right, appreciate it.
And I just want to make that comment too, that everybody's aware, and I'm going to make Black Hills Energy aware, that our emergency management, not only do they look at what could happen, we're using our imagination of what is a possibility. When Atlas happened, and the reason I brought it up, and I'll get to that again, is that nobody thought that could happen because it hasn't happened in that significant of a light for people seem to forget. So when we're looking at things where emergency management also is getting strapped financially because of the Fed right now, so they have limited resources, and so when he talks about resources, we're looking at how do we serve the community and how do we work with Black Hills Energy to get this done. So that being said, we'll allow Black Hills Energy to come up and present. Thank you.
Those are very fair comments, Commissioner Duran. I'll try to do better.
No, it's all good, thanks.
If you don't mind introducing yourself and just, tell us, do you live here in Rapid, or where you're from or whatever?
Can you guys hear me? Yep, there we go. Stephen Dunn, so I'm with Black Hills Energy, Vice President of Pipeline Compliance and Asset Management. So really what that means is my teams are heavily involved in anything kind of risk and compliance focused, including wildfire risk. So for me personally, I've been working and having an exposure to wildfire risk going back to about 2017.
Perfect.
I do not live in Rapid City, I live in Sturgis. So I, attended the Meade County Commissioners meeting as well. But I do live in Sturgis. Been born and raised in South Dakota. I've been in the Black Hills for over 25 years now, between living here, working here, going to school here as well. So,
Thank you.
yeah, absolutely. A couple of things. I've been working closely with Dustin and agree with many of the things that he's described in terms of here's some considerations that we need to be thoughtful of. We share those same thoughts of these are the things that we're going to have to be able to work through and process through. I just have a couple prepared statements, and then we'll get to the questions if that works for you
That'll
guys.
work, yes.
Yeah. So first and foremost, a public safety power shutoff is not like the first lever that we look to pull with respect to wildfire risk mitigation. It is a component of what I would call a pretty comprehensive wildfire mitigation strategy at Black Hills. We do a lot of things to keep our system safe and reliable. We think that shows up. We've had some comments even today about service reliability being really high, and people have come to really depend on it being available to them all the time. We pride ourselves in that, and it is a reflection of all of the work we put into our system to make sure that our assets are going to perform as we intend them to perform. So when you talk about public safety power shutoffs, it's really described as that's the last resort. That's the tool of last resort. We believe that the strategies that we've come up with and the criteria that we've come up with support that this isn't something we'd expect to happen on a regular basis. So it was mentioned some primary drivers of a public safety power shutoff tend to be things like relative humidity and wind gust speeds. And that's true for Black Hills as well. That's what we're looking at. As we think about our strategies, and Dustin kind of alluded to this, we've had a lot of conversations about, historical look back. So we went back and looked at historical weather and said for our service territories, specific to our South Dakota electric service territories, what should we expect from that? And kind of at the highest level, how I would describe it is not widespread, not long duration type events, and then the frequency of occurrences is not high. So we believe that this represents this idea of it's a last resort tool for Black Hills as we think about our wildfire mitigation strategies. One thing that we are really intentional about is making sure we're clear on this, which is red flag days that we all see on a pretty regular basis, that does not translate to public safety power shutoffs for Black Hills. Those thresholds, that criteria for a red flag day are significantly lower than what we'd be utilizing for a public safety power shutoff. So making sure we differentiate between every time we see the red flag day warnings come across, that's not what we're talking about. We're really talking about weather events that go beyond that. And it was mentioned as well, Black Hills is not unique in the development of a public safety power shutoff. That said, the data that we're using, the criteria we're using, and the weather information that we're using, very much specific to our service territories in this area. And so Dustin talked about the industry standards. How I would like to describe that is we do apply industry standards in terms of the methodology and the algorithms that we use to assess risk, but it's based on data that's specific to our areas and our service territories in South Dakota. We do leverage localized weather stations. I mentioned that, so it's not, it's not something that we're getting even at a national level. We have weather stations that we monitor that are distributed across the Black Hills of South Dakota. And in addition to that, we have access to trained meteorologists that really help us focus and plan for when these events could take place. Our teams are also evaluating opportunities to say, how do we continue to reduce the impact in terms of customer count and duration during a public safety power shutoff? There's steps that you can take as a utility to say, how do we continue to drill this down and be really targeted and specific on here's where the risk is and here's how we can support the mitigation of that risk. Our focus is and will continue to be preparedness. And so we did talk a little bit about this, or Dustin talked a little bit about this. Our belief is making sure we're proactive with communications and allowing people as much time as possible to be able to plan for an event. That's been critical for us. That has been a priority for us. We continue to look at ways and protocols and systems that help support that. And we receive a 5-day fire weather forecast every morning. We use that information to drive our operational decisions for the day and the work taking place throughout the day. And we'll use that and leverage that same type of information for public safety power shutoffs. And I'll close with a few comments related to, we recognize this is a difficult conversation and there's a lot of things that we have to consider. Very much appreciate the engagement from a lot of the agencies that we've been working with. I've seen a major shift even over the last couple of weeks. I think we've been able to make up a lot of ground of here's some things, here's some information that helps those agencies better understand what the potential is for a public safety power shutoff. It's allowed us to get into specifics of, hey, if it's water we're talking about, which facilities related to water could be impactful, and at what point in time does it become impactful? And so we've seen a lot of benefits from those conversations, and I think it's been helpful as we look to refine our plans and our strategies at Black Hills. It is important to us. We want to get this right. There are some comments about the industry and some things that we've learned. There's certainly lots of examples of what not to do from the industry. There's also some really good things out there in terms of here's some steps that you can take. That's where part of our priority around early notifications and proactive notifications really came from that. That's something that we've learned from utilities that have moved forward with this and implemented a public safety power shutoff in the past. And so we're really thoughtful of, okay, how do we take those things and apply it to our company, our service territories, and our customers? It's not just that we accept everything, but we do thoroughly evaluate and thoughtfully consider those opportunities and those lessons learned from the utilities. Another piece of this, we do have employees embedded throughout these communities. I'm a Black Hills customer, Black Hills Energy customer, in addition to an employee. I live in an area that is flagged for high fire risk. We have lots of our employees that kind of fit that same bill. And so we've wrestled with the same considerations. We're really thoughtful on the communities that we serve. It's truly about public safety and making sure that we're not negatively contributing to a major wildfire event in our service territories. And I'll close with, we are making lots of enhancements to our externally facing website and our customer facing website. We want that to be a place for customers to go out there and look up some information on what we're up to and how it could potentially impact them. So we're building out that framework and the information that's available on the customer facing website every day. And so we're hopeful that continues to be a tool that our customers can leverage when they think about how do I plan accordingly. That's what I have for prepared statements.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Mr. Dunn, just a couple questions. You said you have a plan to reduce the impact, and you're taking steps. What are those steps?
Yeah, so how that looks like for electric utilities is we have equipment on our lines that that we can use to isolate portions of our facilities to specifically the high fire risk areas. So additional deployment of certain types of equipment is one way of doing it. There's also other opportunities like underground facilities as compared to overhead facilities where it's feasible and where it's appropriate.
Okay, so you have looked at those areas that are mostly impacted and have been impacted in the past for power shutoffs. Is there like a pattern, or is it just nilly-willy, when it happens all over the Black Hills, all over the Pennington County?
So we've done the historical look back. How I would describe it is it wasn't widespread. So we have a couple zones that we look at. We're getting more granular information on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. But what we didn't see is a lot of overlap between these zones. So it might be impactful for a portion of the northern hills, but the central hills or the southern hills would have different environmental conditions at that time. So
When you're talking about impact, is it 50 people, is it 100 people, when this is impacting, when a shutoff goes on that you've had in the past?
So we're still pulling data that says in the event, based on those historical dates and the durations of those historical weather events, what could have the potential customer impacts have been at those times? We don't have that data specifically. We know approximately how many customers live in high fire risk areas, but we're continuing to refine that even. So as an example, I mentioned underground facilities. If it's fed from an underground line and it feeds a whole neighborhood with underground facilities, we're able to pull those areas out based on the risk profile that comes along with that.
So, Mr. Dunn, you said you've been proactive to plan ahead for the community. Who have you talked to in the community? Because it sounds like, let's be up straight, that Dustin's kind of worried that we're not prepared in Pennington County for that impact. Have you put that proactive basically statement and what that proactive is? And if it's happened in the past to you, proactive would be, okay, we've done this before, this is how we're going to do it in case we impact an area of, I don't know, 30 square miles, 50 square miles. Being proactive is kind of taking that risk that you're talking about, that risk assessment, and reassuring or at least working with the people in the community, like Dustin and others, so they feel like they can be helpful when something like this happens. So for me, I don't think he's getting, and listen to him, all the answers from your proactive steps to reduce the impact. How about that?
Yeah, I appreciate that. What I would say is, I was with Dustin last Friday. We've been spending a lot of time together.
Thank you.
And I think we're answering those questions, but it really takes us getting down to specifics, right? So which facilities are critical? At what point in time does this become a challenge for our cities and our communities and our customers? And so I think we've been able to get there most recently. And then we're going to continue on that path and continue to work one-on-one on how do we better understand those impacts.
And I appreciate that, because that proactive and reduce risks and all that stuff, and for assets, it's not just the assets of Black Hills Energy, it's the assets of our community. So I appreciate that. The other thing is one more, what's changed so you have to do a public safety power shutoff campaign? Is there something that impacted your company that you're needing to put this out there? Because for some reason, it's, as you already know, it's stirring up a little bit of that pot of what those impacts and those things would be. So why the change?
I would describe it this way. Again, we're not unique. So the western half of the United States is definitely experiencing a different risk associated with major wildfires. And so we've shown some visuals along the way. And now this is nationally, not localized, but for the same number of fires and the same number of ignitions, we've seen the number of acres burned and the impacts to the public, because we have more people building homes in remote areas, things like that, that it's really changed the game for utilities on how they need to look at it. And so Up to this point, there has not been an event that's triggered us to go down that path. That has certainly been the case for some utilities where they have a major wildfire that they're associated with, and then they work through some of those strategies. We've managed, we're trying to stay out in front of that and really think about it again from a last resort type of consideration. We believe extreme weather conditions, they could occur, not on a regular basis, not frequently, but we want to have plans in place so that when those conditions do come up, that we're able to effectively and efficiently execute those strategies.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. One more question is that when I've looked at in the past, the liability to the electric company has been huge. People think that's part of it, but it's also, we need to think about the liability for our communities and things, and not just our companies. So hopefully we can find that solution, and it looks like you guys are trying to do that, so I appreciate that, Mr. Dunn.
Absolutely, thank you.
Commissioner Drews?
Thank you. So let me understand your zones. Are they established geographically or by population, or how do you establish zones?
So the historical look back, it would be very kind of generalized as Northern Hills, Central Hills, Southern Hills, essentially, is what that would look like. So when we talk about public safety power shutoffs, that's a little bit different. So what we do is we have weather stations that are distributed across our service territories. We're adding several more weather stations over the upcoming weeks. And so what we would look at is for those specific weather stations, they're going to represent a portion of our facilities, and that's what we would be targeting with our public safety power shutoffs.
So when you talk about zones, you're not really saying that if you have to shut down an area, that it necessarily is a full zone.
No.
You have it broke down finer than that.
Yep. It really comes down to specific weather stations distributed
Okay.
across the system and which of our circuits and electric facilities are associated with that.
Okay. So what do you consider your biggest risk that would cause an event like that? Would it be wildfire?
Say that one more time, sorry.
What would you consider the largest event that could happen? Would it be because of a wildfire?
That we would trigger a public safety
Right.
power shutoff. If there's active wildfires, that complicates things a little bit. We have done that historically, and in a situation where there's an active wildfire approaching our facilities, there's times where we shut it off, there's times where we keep it on to help support fire suppression. This is different. So this is primarily environmentally, there's environmental conditions, relative humidity and wind gust speeds that trigger a public safety power shutoff. And so when those conditions are met for certain portions of our system, we would proactively and selectively de-energize those portions of the system.
Thank you.
Did I answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
Appreciate you being here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek?
I got 6 questions. One would be, when you say predefined, now we're talking humidity and wind. And then, to me, there's got to be that element of risk, because in the Black Hills National Forest, and in my subdivision in particularly, there's a contractor going through my subdivision trimming the transmission lines, and you've done this throughout the whole Black Hills. You put a new transmission line in 10 or 15 years from Wyoming, and, very good forest management. So I would say that you look at the wind, the humidity, and then maybe that third element would be, hey, this area, we just did tree maintenance and we got the clearance from the transmission lines. Would that third element come into play at all?
It does. So I'm trying to think of a good way to describe this. We have completed risk assessments, so we know which areas of our system are identified as high fire risk. What that's looked like is we go through an ignition spread modeling process. So another piece of this, when we talk about industry standards, that methodology that we use, the algorithms that we use, that's what would be an industry standard. So in this case, we've done ignition spread modeling. We literally simulate an ignition across our system adjacent to our facilities, and we say how impactful could this be? We ran 250 million scenarios related to that for our service territories. So we have an understanding of, in this area, the fuel loadings support a higher fire risk as compared to other areas. So that is absolutely reflected in our plans. And so when we think about public safety power shutoffs, we have that piece of it. And then we have these environmental factors that play into it. So we would only be talking about public safety power shutoffs in areas identified as high fire risk based on the things that you described. And then we apply the criteria on top of that to say, when would we do this?
Next question would be, how many stakeholders, I guess, who makes the decision? I mean, who are the stakeholders? Is it just Black Hills Energy, or do other government entities get involved? And sooner or later, there's got to be a decision, let's do it. So I just wondered how that works out.
Yeah, so our current strategies reflect that we'll make that decision internally at Black Hills based on that criteria. Certainly, we will be notifying other stakeholders and giving them as much advanced awareness as we possibly can, but we'll be making that decision internally at Black Hills.
And then countywide, we're divided in the 5 districts. My district would be West Rapid City to the Wyoming border. So I'm assuming, to me, it seems like wildfire is the largest concern, and because my district has a significant amount of forest, I assume that's going to be the district that it's going to be looked at the hardest relative to these decisions being made.
Yeah, densely forested areas do support, just because of the fuel loadings associated with wildfire, typically fall into high fire risk.
This is more of a, how do we determine if the benefit's going to outweigh the risk or vice versa?
Yeah. Yeah, we've had a few conversations related to this, and certainly recognizing the potential for a major wildfire can be pretty catastrophic, right? But it doesn't happen frequently. And so how I've personally looked at this and how we've looked at this internally at Black Hills is we have an opportunity when we talk about public safety power shutoffs to proactively notify customers and impacted parties to say, hey, plan accordingly. Here's what we think this could look like. Here's where we think this could happen. Whereas when you think about a wildfire, that is 100% reactive, right? So no advanced notifications and could be potentially impactful. But we're going to continue to monitor that. What we've learned from the industry is very much after you go through a few iterations of this, there'll be lessons learned. There'll be things that even regardless of how much time we spend trying to best understand the potential consequences of it, we'll learn some through actual events along the way.
I guess lastly, we've talked about the economic loss, and I'm assuming that if you shut down power to certain parts of the region, we're not going to have, your loss of income from the power not being used. Well, I'm assuming Black Hills Energy has fixed expenses, and they are what they are, and then you have that loss of revenue. Does that, do you see any economic impact itself to Black Hills Energy relative to the loss of revenue with the power being shut off and your fixed expenses?
I mean, certainly de-energized facilities result in lack of usage for utility company. We recognize that. We just believe that the risk of avoiding a major wildfire outweighs that, certainly. I'm trying to think of, I had another thought there, but I really believe it boils down to how often do we think this is going to happen? For how long do we think this is going to happen? Some of those types of considerations help inform, companies, including Black Hills Energy, as to what should we expect and then what are the potential impacts associated with that. And some of that we're still learning, some of that we're still developing, but that's where we're really thoughtful and working hard to help share that information so people can plan accordingly.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Durr, you haven't spoken, so.
Yeah, Dustin, could you come back, please?
What do you, over here?
Don't run away, I got some questions too, so.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's all great discussion, and I appreciate, the opportunity to have this conversation, so thanks for coming. The concern, obviously, that the community has and local governmental entities that would have to respond in a situation as far as a shutdown, and my question would go to Dustin first. When did this hit your radar?
March 21st, I believe, is March 21st was the first time that Black Hills communicated with us and let us know that this was in the works.
Okay. So my comment about communicating with local governmental entities, emergency responders in the community, it kind of took them off guard. And I would have thought that, and again, it's just a comment, that if you were going to do this prior to a fire season and the weather conditions, et cetera, that we would have like a year in advance notice that this is a new policy that's going to be implemented, because now we're under the gun. And so it doesn't give us in the local community nor the public time to prepare and absorb this. And now we're, just kind of in a reactive mode and then trying to figure out how do we respond once you decide that you're going to implement this based on weather conditions. So then it comes down to, the ability of the local communities to do what we need to do to support the public in case one of these things happens. And I did hear a public service announcement, kind of a statement through Black Hills Electric on the radio the other day that took me off guard a little bit. And it basically was a comment in the context of the, public service announcement, I would call it, that said that these efforts were, you had support from local emergency management, local services. And the first letter that we got from Dustin related to this and my conversations with the sheriff is that it's like, kind of slow the roll, we're caught off guard, we don't support this, and we need time to plan. So it would just be, getting back to, the great comments and questions that came from my fellow board members. And I see, the public coming forward, stating, how do we prep and plan for this? And if they don't understand when this could happen, it's going to be a difficult situation. So it just goes into the planning phase and communication. And I'm just going to say what I've heard, and I don't know if it's true or if you want to speak to it, that, your insurance providers were the ones that were pushing, starting from, the West Coast coming this direction, the insurance providers, because of some of these major fires. So your insurance coverage is saying you have to take these actions. Is that part of it? As Dustin steps back.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Dustin. No. What I would say is, certainly we were asked questions about where we're at with respect to wildfire risk mitigation and maturity. Public safety power shutoffs are a representation of that maturity level. So we do get questions, and insurance companies would be an example of that, of how mature are you in this space? What does this look like? What capabilities do you have? So to say that isn't a consideration, I don't think that'd be accurate. We do thoughtfully consider, what does insurance look like? Our customers are going to, they fit the bill as a regulated utility for insurance premiums. And so we're really thoughtful on how do we balance all of that. But for Black Hills, it's very much, and our teams, it's very much about public safety. There's been enough incidents and events nationally related to major wildfires where loss of homes, loss of structures, loss of lives has just been really impactful. And at Black Hills Energy, that's not where we want to be. And we think there's a role that we play with respect to that.
All right. So yeah, again, my comments, it's just what I'm, and again, it just kind of sparked the concern throughout the entire, West River community that you serve, in the fact of the timing, the communication, and the timeline, and how we as a local government that, and again, with our fire administrator, emergency manager, our law enforcement, what happens in these situations and how do we plan for it. And what I'm hearing from our emergency responders is they felt that they were caught off guard, the timing wasn't appropriate, and they're not in a position, and now it's a catch-up. So those are just my comments.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate that, very much appreciate that. I do think it's reflective of wildfire risk across the western part of the United States. It's happening so quickly that a year ago, we weren't thinking along these lines of that this is necessary for our service territories and for our customers. Now here we sit, right, where we see additional events, they're getting closer to home, they continue to be impactful. And so I think it's more of a reflection of that's where we're at in terms of the risk in the industry. And, we're working hard. We're in the same place as we're working very hard. We have people that are doing this every single day. We're spending a tremendous amount of time on how do we get this right to the extent that we can. And then beyond initial rollout, initial implementation of these strategies, we're going to continue to work with emergency management and other agencies to say, okay, so what are some additional things that we can work on to help benefit our customers and the communities we serve?
I'll go in a couple comments, and first of all, the ultimate goal here is to save the power line from creating a catastrophe. Is that my understanding of it?
Yeah, the criteria we've selected is heavily focused on if there were to be an ignition, at what point in time can that become very problematic for fire suppressing
Say the power
agencies?
line got blown over and started a fire, liability comes back to Black Hills Energy and its and its customers, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. And Commissioner Ross Connect made a comment about earnings that you lose, those just get passed on to the rate holders. I mean, and during Atlas, when Atlas happened, it was interesting to see that Black Hills Energy took a hit with their public traded company, but they're regulated by the PUC, but they do have stockholders. At the same time, that Black Hills Energy provided dividends for their stockholders, they came back and told their rate holders, you need to pay for Atlas. So I think in the long run, having a policy in place that keeps this from happening makes complete sense. Although we're not real excited about how it came about to us, I guess we didn't imagine it happening. So I think that's relevant to everybody. We didn't imagine it happening. We've seen it happen, what happened in California. They've sued the power companies, now they're broke. Just because, but when you live in a forested area, you also have some sort of a level of due diligence to make sure your property is, the trees are cut. The county, the state, the Fed has money available for people to protect their houses in the forest. There are a lot more going into the forest, and that all being said, being history, now that we can imagine that this can happen here, we're putting in place stopgaps. My biggest concerns are the fact that coming from the emergency management perspective of it, as you notice, one of my first comments was to Dustin and his abilities are very, he's very capable. But when I look at his PowerPoint presentation, the one thing that would concern me as a commissioner and keeping me up at night is what we don't know, those items on that PowerPoint, and his primary concerns, hoping that somehow that Black Hills Energy takes this very seriously with him, understanding his restricted resources and saying, how can we play a role in getting you a better handle on what we don't know?
Yeah.
And his primary concerns. That would be what would keep me up as the chair. I'm the guy that's going to get the 4 o'clock phone call or whatever the phone call is that says, hey man, they're shutting it down. And I think that now that we've been over the shock and awe part of it, it's time to get back together and just say, how do we go together as a team? And I'm hoping that Black Hills Energy, because they have been committed to the community. I remember when I was on the city council and we made, we met and made provisions to keep Black Hills Energy in our community because it's a good employer. They're a good, socially, they're good for our community. So I'm hoping that we can alleviate some of Dustin's issues, and I'm hoping you can make that commitment to us that says, we're gonna do the best job we can to work together. And I think as you can take his ability to imagine things and take them in your model and also present those to other, like Meade County or whoever else you guys service that may have the same issue. So that would be my biggest concerns. And then the other one would be obviously the rate holders, where can they go to find out if they're affected in this, what area they may be in. I know you guys are good. I have several properties in the community and I get text messages all the time that say, hey, we're shutting your property off. These types of things so I can prepare a little bit with my, if you want to make a comment on that, because
Yeah.
that's my biggest concern is how what we don't know and the primary concerns, so.
Yeah, and Dustin's heard this from me. I'm committed to working with these guys and saying, let's figure this out. Let's make sure we have all the parts and pieces that we need to be thinking about as part of the discussion, as part of the strategy development. So absolutely committed to that side of things. In terms of some of the other things you're describing, the outage notifications and outage maps, we have similar systems and tools available to us for public safety power shutoffs.
Okay.
So you get separate.
Will there be a link available? We're working on a big, beautiful website here at the county. So
Yeah.
we're hoping that maybe that's one of the things we want to be able to do is have partners that can say, hey, if you want to know what's going on Black Hills Energy, here's a link, whatever, so.
Yeah. Yep, we have an externally facing website that will have all that information. And we're working on tools to help customers better understand what that kind of historical view would have been for their specific homes or service points for Black Hills.
Thank you for your concerns of bringing forward.
Mr. Chair,
We got some other questions here, so I'm gonna.
a couple months ago,
Commissioner Hadcock asked me earlier, and I'll come to you next,
okay, sounds good.
Thank you. So just tell me, okay, when you shut off a power, is it the whole western part? Is it, like, if a power line, you have to shut it off, what's it mean? 3 miles? Does it mean 1 mile? Does it just differentiate between, I mean, I don't get the power outage, meaning, maybe nobody else here does too. Is it like from transformer to transformer, which is a mile, or how does that work, sir?
So very complicated, very complex system, right? And it will depend on the circumstances. But I mentioned this earlier, we have these weather stations distributed across our service territories. And so we'll have portions of those facilities and lines that are associated with that area. So we'll say this area is tied to this weather station.
What areas, like how many, you don't know?
That varies.
Just depends.
Yep, it's going to vary on, where do we have those weather stations and how many customers are within that area, things like that. It's going to vary ultimately.
What's the average? Like a mile, 2 miles, 6 miles, the surrounding area, 50 miles?
I don't have that today. I don't have that today.
Okay.
We can produce that. I think we can work on something like that that gives you a better understanding of what that could look like. It wouldn't be the single-digit miles in most cases.
And the other question is, so if you have a power outage, how far ahead does a customer know? Is it like an hour? Is it like 3 hours? How far ahead on average would that be for a customer to understand that they aren't going to have power to prepare?
So ideally, as we start seeing that, like I mentioned, we have a 5-day fire weather forecast. As we start seeing that forecast come in, saying these conditions could be met, we're going to start notifying customers shortly thereafter.
Okay.
Now, it's a forecast in South Dakota, right? So we know what that means. But we are committed to as proactive communications as we can get, targeting 72 hours whenever possible, with several iterations that would lead up to the actual execution of a public safety power shutoff.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. And just a couple comments. So, protecting the industry, I understand. I'm pretty sure from California and we already know, I own a company and I have companies. So I'm going to look at examples from what happened in other companies and what could happen to ours. So you're protecting also your assets and your liabilities, and that's just common. I mean, that's any company. So that's where I believe that came about, which is good. I mean, you're trying to protect, so you guys have a power company and be able to serve the community and also try to work with what could potentially be a disaster for Black Hills Energy. So I think we get that. We just want to make sure that you're protected, but we also have our solution as well. That's what I guess I'm looking for today, is just where's that solution where you guys are protected with your liabilities and what that could cost to our customers, let alone to your company. Hey, that's a business.
Yep.
And then what that's going to impact on us and how we can get that with Dustin and others so that impact is a lot lower and a lot less issues in the past for you and for us. How about that?
Yeah, and so some of the conversations with Dustin, he's asked for similar information, right, of how do we better understand the impacts to the customers and the communities. And so we're working really hard on that piece of it as well, to say how do we deliver that in a way that you can absorb it with the systems and the tools that they have available to them and assess that risk. But I do think it really boils down to that. At what point in time does that become problematic? Some people are able to ride through power outages longer than others.
Right.
Some companies have backup generation. And so what we're really focused on is how do we bring that level of visibility so they can say for this location and this business or this residential home, this is what the potential is, and they can make informed decisions based on that data.
So I'm going to understand why they set you up here today with the assets.
Yeah, yeah.
So, because you're protecting them in one sense, you're answering the questions, but we're all trying to move forward on what's going to be the less impact for you and for us. So thank you for coming and explaining that to
Commissioner
us, Mr.
Roskinek, you
Dunn.
had a question?
Yeah, a couple months ago, I took part of a survey because I'm a small system water operator, and the survey asked me how long our development could last if we didn't have electricity. And it's not just ours, and Dustin can probably elaborate more, but there's needs and wants, and needs is water. And I think that's what we really have to address. You shut down the power to some of these water systems, people aren't going to have water. That's not a want, that's a need. So I think that's something that we really have to dial in to make sure that there's a plan B for that.
That was my survey.
How many responses did you get?
About a third. Well, no. In terms of response, little over half of I surveyed 140 licensed water systems, got a little over half back, and about a third of those have capability to deliver water 1 to 3 days typically. So about 2/3 would lose water at a power outage. I know it's a full schedule, and I apologize, but this opportunity was presented for folks to make some comments, and I know the sheriff's office prepared some comments. So if before we shut this one down, if the sheriff's office could come up and speak, that'd be awesome.
Perfect. And I just want to reiterate the fact that people that live in these wildfire areas have some responsibility. If they realize, I mean, if you put a generator in to provide for your water system, the county's not going to do that for you. Black Hills Energy's not going to do that for you. If your trees are too close to your house, Black Hills Energy's not going to come and cut them down. The county's not going to come cut them down. You live in a beautiful area. You have, every morning you wake up and you get to see the turkeys and the deer. So you do have some responsibility to be a good steward of your own neighborhood. But from that being said, we will listen to the sheriff's department.
And as Mark's coming up, I just want to reiterate, Black Hills Energy has been phenomenal to work with, and they still are. So
Awesome.
we're working good there. And to that last comment that you made, our planning assumption that we've seen historically from all types of disaster, somewhere between 5 and 10%, we go with a planning assumption of 8%. So 8% of the impacted population will need some kind of support. Yes, they should be prepared,
But they
but
won't
typically we see about 8% of the affected population that needs some type of assistance.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the cooperation, and we'll have a few comments from the sheriff's department, so.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mark Hughes, Chief Deputy Sheriff's Office. I'll keep this very brief. They touched on pretty much everything that I would bring up. I appreciate Dustin putting that PowerPoint together, touched on a lot of the concerns that the Sheriff's Office has, and also Black Hills Energy, Black Hills Power for looking into the wildfires. I've had wildfires go through my property, and it's a scary deal, but for this specific topic, I agree with Commissioner Durr, the timing on this was not great. This is touted as a public safety initiative, and the public is not ready for this to take place. The more planning, we've talked about making great strides here just in the last week. I think if we had more time to look at this and identify all the things that could go wrong or we need to work on, that would be beneficial. I don't know if that's a possibility, but the collaboration that Dustin spoke about is imperative, and I hope that we can continue down that path.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. That being said, I think that wraps up that presentation. Commissioner Durr.
Just one more. Dustin? Yeah, it's just a closeout, so it's based on your presentation and, some of the planning that goes forward. And it ties into previous conversations we had about the revenue issue within your office coming from the state, that we used to get some of those funds that are no longer available. And so as you're putting together, and I know you've already submitted it, but it would be a scenario like this, and I'm assuming with Jerome and law enforcement that you would plan, because it's just not, we're just not talking about some home up in the timber on a hilltop in the hills. We're talking about communities. And so as we plan for our response and you work with your partners on this, at some point in time, I would like to see what you believe the financial impact of the county would be and how you would plan for that.
We'll have to have some conversations on, yeah, that's a collaborative process to figure out what those strategies would be, but I can certainly put some numbers to some of those
Because
strategies.
again, when we have a weather event or you declare an emergency, there were some of those trickle downs. I believe this would be looked at separately from an emergency situation. It's hard to say how you would mitigate that. But anyway, it's just as we go through with the planning, I believe that we, locally have some, as a local government with our partners, some responsibility to step in and do something. And so as you look at that, what would be the financial implication to the county?
Certainly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Willets. And thank you, Black Hills Power. We'll move on to item number 10, and it doesn't really, unless somebody had a question on it, but it's a new license for retail off-sale malt beverage in South Dakota Farm wine license, a new retail wine and cider license for Cohart, which is on 5th Street. So we have an motion on this item.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve the new license for retail on-off sale malt beverage and South Dakota Farm wine license and new retail on-off sale wine and cider license, Cohort Craft Brewery.
Second.
I have a motion from Roskinek, a second by Adcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Move on to item number 11. Items from Treasurer Annette Brandt. Request for 3 FTE full-time equivalent employees. Now, I'm just going to take a little liberty here to say that I had called Annette on some other things, and we talked about overhiring, and I asked her to start the process to figure out what it would take to overhire for positions that she had, so people were ready. So as this comes forward, keep in mind, that was the discussion that I had, was overhired, so then these people would fill as the attrition took place. So however this plays out, so we'll go from that point so everybody understands, so.
Good morning, Commissioners. Annette Brandt, Pennington County Treasurer. Yes, I am before you to ask for 3 additional FTEs to add to the 2025 budget. I do feel that the budget that is in place right now with the attrition that's happened at the beginning of the year and through the training process on this new South Dakota car system, which is the 605 drive, that the budget will support these 3 additional FTEs through the rest of the year. My reasoning for this is so that I can get them on board with the training that happens. We do have, Commissioner Durr has alluded to our big jumps in the reclassifications within our office. That is by design. We hire them in at the entry-level position. We train the first 2 to 3 months, depending on how they do from there. Then they've got 3 other steps that they can go. We can't just put them all in front of the customers right away. With the training, it's laddered. Our training is laddered. And within a year, if everything goes correctly or I should say, if they retain all of the training within the first year, they can be up to that entry-level position for a tax and title specialist, which is my goal. It does take a lot of time to do that. It takes a lot of time for the hiring process as well. I had talked to Ron Weifenbach about that as well, to utilize the HR department to do that. Commissioner Durr had mentioned that people looking at our openings don't realize they look at that dollar amount, and maybe that's why we have less applicants applying, because it's 18, I'll have to look here, 18 something an hour to enter in for the first steps, 1837. But once they get to the training process, then it goes up to the 2110 and goes up from there. Once they are at the tax and title specialist position, that's where you're going to see that they're just the incremental step increases. We have support staff and we have professional staff. Our professional staff are our leads, which are what we're utilizing for training. We have just now gotten enough staff up to that position to be able to we have 4 of them now in the lead position, and they're the ones that are going to be sitting beside the new people to get them trained. The current staff that we have right now, we are staggering the staff, contrary to what some of the public, I do read those public comments that are out there, and if there's things that we can tweak and go as we go, we are definitely doing that. We have staff that work Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. We have staff that work Monday through Thursday, 6 to 8. Monday through Thursday, 7:30 to 6:30. Monday through Thursday, 9:30 to 6:30, 8 to 5. We have staff that work from 8 to 2:30 on Fridays, and the majority of them are there until 5. So we also have 8 staff that have chosen to go half-hour lunches Monday through Thursday to accommodate that increase in customers that are coming in during the lunch hours, which to us, that's from 10 o'clock until about 2. And so they're taking half-hour lunches, and then they get off at 2:30 on Friday when we're not face-to-face with the public. That has helped the estimated wait time, or the average wait time for tax and title transfers. I'm saying tax and title, but title transfers, that's our heavy load. Before we went live with the 605 drive, that was going to be our salvation, and hoping that that was a faster program. We went in January, our average wait time for transferring titles was about 75 minutes. For people to be waiting in line, and now it's just over 95. So the state has already acknowledged that this programming is going to take a year before it gets better. And so I'd like to take advantage of the applicants that we are receiving now so that I can get that training done. I have $30,000 left in the budget for 2025 for overtime right now. And I don't have staff that are even wanting to come in overtime. That has never been the case before. People are, oh, yep, they'll take the additional pay and get it done. They're burnt out. We've already got them as thin as I can get them. And with that, I guess I'll stand by for questions.
Thank you, Net. So let's,
Mr. Chair, just
Commissioner Ross,
some statements, I know that you have, and myself, we visited one-on-one with Annette. And my visit, she said, I said, what are the 3 largest problems? Well, right now, it's the phone system, which will eventually upgrade. It's 605 drive, which we're working on. It's a slow process. And it's just the demand and the lack of employees to fill that demand. And if we approve this 3 additional employees, I don't have a problem with that, because if we don't need them in the future, we'll find another place in the county to put them, because I'm sure we have other places that they could go. But I think it's a necessary step if we're going to sit there and try to fix a problem that we've had ever since I became a commissioner 6.5 years ago. So I'm all about budget. I'm all about tightening our belts, but I've just had too many complaints in that treasurer's office, and I'm not blaming Annette. I'm just blaming the 3 things that I just mentioned. We even put a presentation together a month ago that explained the complexity of that department, and it's just it's a tough department. It's just like the director of equalization. Their employees have to have some appraisal background, and before you can sit there and do these particular jobs, you have to have training so that you can sit there and follow the state statutes and guidelines. So it's a difficult department, and thank you for bringing this up today, Annette.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews?
So I support the 3 additional employees, because I think if we ever get to the point where we don't need them, that attrition itself will take care of that number of employees. One thing I just want to clarify is that it's not because of systems in-house that we necessarily have the issues with. It's a system that was developed and is driven by the state of South Dakota. And I know it takes a lot of time as far as title transfers, et cetera, to work through your office and through the state. And my understanding is that even though that came on earlier this year, it takes a full year with everybody coming in and getting registration and licenses, et cetera, that before the state will have to be at the point of where it will maybe become more efficient. It's not gonna be very efficient for this whole first year, is my understanding on the system. So it's nothing that against the treasurer's office at all. It's a matter of the system that you have to work through in order to make this thing work.
That's correct, and Mr. Chair, if I could, we've been working on other things too to make things a little bit faster. I had shared with Commissioner Weifenbach earlier, later last year, about the self-service terminals. We've been trying to get another self-service terminal within our Pennington County. I gave him the amounts, the quantities of the usage of it within Pennington County was not enough for the state to substantiate placing another one in Pennington County. They look all across all 66 counties. With the issues that were happening with the conversion and the drag time for the 605 drive, which was the old system, we did increase our usage for the self-service terminal, and they have agreed that that Pennington County does warrant to have another one. However, they're on the same cycle that we are. They need to put it into their 2026 budget, and it still has to be approved, and then we won't get it till 2027 unless Pennington County or someone purchases it themselves. And my suggestion to them was to put it out in the Box Elder area, which would catch some of the wall area as well as the boom that is expected, not yet to be seen, but is on its way in Box Elder. So the queuing system, pros and cons of that. People don't like to hear how long the wait time is. They are blaming the queuing system for the additional wait time, which is not completely off track, but 605 drive is definitely the drag time for that. But the queuing system, the difference is they used to stand in line and we'd holler next, and that next person would come right up to the window. Now with the queuing system, we have the monitor in front of us. We click on that person who is next. We call their name. If they're sitting out in their car, yes, there is drag time for them to get out of their car and come in and then get in line, which the staff are using that as their filing time, a little bit of breath in between the people. But if they are there, they're going right up to the window. So that's the only drag time. So I will admit that there is some issues there. I don't know, unless we no longer allow them to wait outside of the office and they still wait in the lobby, but that was the whole idea behind the queuing system, is that we knew that the wait times were going to be there. They now have the opportunity to wait outside of the building or go do their errands, and then they're notified if 30 minutes before their time is going to be, or their name's going to be called, and then they have that opportunity to come into the office. We're tweaking that all the time because I am listening to the social media posts, and we're able to track the exact transaction that the person's talking about. If I've got a name, I can find out, well, they're saying it was a 5-hour wait, but they checked in at, 7:30 in the morning and didn't get to the office until then that whole time is being counted on us as well, which that's the queuing system portion of it, but it's the pro for that queuing system as well, is it's gathering all this information, letting us know how long those transactions take, what the average wait time is. Those are all things that used to be done manually, by hand, and in some cases, there was another department that would just look at the video and count heads coming down the hallway. That, to me, is not efficient, and we still had long lines that were going out the door and down the sidewalk. We do not have that anymore, and it's probably, I would say maybe 3 or 4 times a month that I even see that the chairs are completely full, so they are waiting elsewhere as well. We switched the queuing system in the last month and a half to tell the people how many people were ahead of them instead of how long their wait was, and that seems to be a little bit more easier to swallow, although if they do ask, we do have that time available as well. So it's about, average time right now is about a 95-minute wait for for a title transfer transaction. It's about 23 minutes for regular registrations.
Commissioner Durr?
Yeah. So Annette and I, we met yesterday to go through some of this stuff. Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, it was 1 second.
No. Can we take a 5-minute break? Yep. Because this is going to be a while.
Pardon?
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Let's take a 5-minute break?
5 minutes, is that okay? Okay, guys, let's take a 5-minute break.
We're ready to roll, and then we're back to Commissioner Durr.
All right. So yesterday, you and I sat down and visited about this request. And, I thought anyway, had a good conversation. In getting back to what you just mentioned about the wait time. So in May, I think you mentioned 23 minutes, and what you gave me yesterday for May is about 26 minutes, it's close. So you're saying you're getting the data from your queuing system.
Yes.
And so when the public comes in, the average wait time is 23 to 26 minutes to get just a general registration completed.
Correct.
And then when you get into the more complicated paperwork, the tax and title paperwork, then that's about 95 minutes.
Let's see, I've got April and May here, so 95 minutes was May, yes.
Okay. So, and we had a conversation about the number of FTEs that you have, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is from our meeting yesterday, that you've got 26 full-time employees, 2 part-time, 1 seasonal.
I have 25 and a half they're full-time, well, wait a minute, I have 25, and I have 2 part-time that are 1040 hours, so one of them is benefited, and she works 32 hours a week, so I did check that in,
Okay.
sorry. So she's benefited, and then the other one works 16 hours a week, non-benefited.
And then, do you have volunteers in your office?
Yes, we use the RSVP program through the city, and we have done that for years. They help us with our filing and going through our done mail and those kind of things that are
And how
not-
many hours a
not
week
facing.
is that typically?
Laura, do you know she? Every day, so, yeah.
All right. And you and I, because I told you that I'd gotten some numbers from Minnehaha County, and so Minnehaha County has 24 full-time employees and about 2 to 3 part-time employees. And the number I got out of them, and Carol was looking as well, but a quick from the commission office was, in that neighborhood of 23 to 24, 2 to 3 part-timers. So currently, your personnel budget is 1.8 million. That's just your personnel. And Minnehaha County's personnel budget current is 1,460,000. And I guess my point to that is, and I didn't look at the number of transactions that they do, registration, motor V, et cetera, break that out. I'm just saying that they have, substantially a larger populace than we do. And I know that that's not an exact comparable, because I get the same question about the highway department. And it's because we cover a vast area that they don't. So when it comes down to the wait time of, just to do general business of around 23 to 26 minutes, depending on the month with the number of registrants that come in. So adding 3 additional employees to the office, it would be my question, which has always been, to what level of service do we want to pay for? And so if you have a wait time, just somebody to do renewals, and the wait time is 26 minutes in that neighborhood, what do you anticipate the wait time to be with adding 3 staff?
And that is all going to fall on the 605 drive. I mean, I don't want to stand here and say that that part's going to be, what I'm concerned about is our mail, because we're stopping everything in order to get that 95-minute wait time for the customers that are eye to eye with us. We are then, it's at the demise to the mail-in customers that we used to be like within the same week of when their mail comes in. Now we're about 3 weeks, because we're not getting to those. We're getting that on, we have 1 day a week, Friday, that I pulled staff from half-hour lunches so that they could help us cover during the week when we're face-to-face with the customers. We all do feel that if a person is coming through the doors, that they should be our main focus, but we still also have thousands of calls that are coming in and thousands of pieces of mail that are also our customers. You, not just you, but many people compare us to Minnehaha County. My last presentation here in front of the board, Cody helped with those numbers. Those weren't just numbers that were pulled out, but a transaction from a South Dakota car dealer is a faster transaction. It's still considered a title transaction, obviously, but the car dealers in South Dakota have already placed the transactions in that system. So basically what we're doing is just going in and correcting anything that they may have missed. So all of the documentation is already there. Minnehaha County has 300 dealerships in their area. So that's 300 car dealers they have to use this system. Pennington County has 180. It doesn't mean that just because you're in Pennington County that you buy a car from somebody in Pennington County. We can also, be transferring vehicles that are sold by a dealership in Minnehaha County too. Case in point, there's not case in point, I guess, dealer, that's a big one. So the dealership, they have more dealers that we do, and they're processing those sold vehicles quicker as well. The other thing is, and we've all talked about it, is the out-of-state transactions that Pennington County does versus what Minnehaha County does. Budget line item just for this year, we receive a $50 fee for non-resident fee, transferring a title in South Dakota. I budgeted it in this year's budget for $70,000. We're already at $110,000. That's $50 per person of out-of-state. So the influx in mail and the out-of-state people that are coming to do their business in Pennington County. It's not only the growth in Pennington County, it's the pull because we are an open state, to allow that. So I don't know if that answers your question or not, but yes, I know there's differences. I know there's.
No, and I get that. And I guess I'm going to follow back with, what I asked before you made the presentation that Cody helped you put together here, a month ago, whenever that was.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the data that I was looking for was not in the presentation. And so previously, months ago, I wanted to know, because again, I understand where you're coming from, but I would like to make decisions based on, data and seeing, a workflow process and data and, so I can look and say, is this a service that we need to provide, and is it something that we can fund? But I need to make those decisions based off data that I can look at, and I get the fact, and I know I've said it to you, for months about, I know the busiest office that we have in the county, to the public, forward-facing is your office. And so it's and I appreciate what the employees do, sitting there, day after day, hour after hour, going, next, next. I get that. What I would like to see, because everything, we're in the study for the 5-day work week, so are we are we open to the public 4 days a week? Are we open to the public 5 days a week? And so the HR office, through Carol's office and her team, have been holding public meetings, paying to play on Facebook and putting out there, give us your input. Everything that I've seen input-wise related to our current work week has been, I'm going to say, 95% focused on your office, and the fact that the feedback is the public would like to see us open 5 days a week. So related to that, as we went into this, are we a 4-day, open to the public 5-day? Months ago, I asked to see what was our transaction data, how did we perform transactions by number of employees, these maybe wait times, et cetera. How do we perform on a 5-day work week, and how do we perform in a 4-day work week? And that's an analysis I haven't seen yet. And so I believe, after our conversation yesterday, I believe that Cody was given some of that information in middle of May, but or at least it was on the server in the middle of May. But anyway, that was not part of your presentation about a workflow under a 5-day work week versus a 4-day work week. This week is a prime example of the county only being open 3 days to the public. And this is not anything on you, this is by county policy. So we have a holiday coming on a Thursday, we're closed on Friday, so our ability to serve the public out of this building is limited to 3 days this week. I'm anticipating your request, and part of why I'm not going to support this right now is because I don't have enough information to say that this is going to help. And so we're entering into the 2026 budget process. We asked all departments to keep no additional FTEs right now in your budget, to keep personnel costs flat as we're moving ahead with the 26 budget process. We can look at what the costs are, and then we can lay in what is the cost of a COLA, what is the cost of step increases, that type of thing. So the direction for the budget process for 26 was status quo. All of your operational things come forward on a normal thing, and so this would be contrary to the direction that we asked all the other departments to do. And I'm anticipating the cost of these 3 FTEs to be about $232,000 in a fiscal year. And so when we get down to the expense and the cost, and I asked you this yesterday, so it's coming down to what I would like to see before we make this decision is, are there other things that we can do operationally, internally, that may be a better service to the public instead of adding 3 more FTEs and cost just shy of $250,000. And one of those that I would like to see, I told you, what I was going to talk about today, is there's everything that I'm seeing from the public, and I'm going to say it again, I also get it too, Annette, that you typically hear from the people that want to complain, not from the people that support or don't have an issue or remain neutral. And so you're always going to get kind of that loudest voice, and it's not always the voice that you want to hear, and I get that. So there is a lot of public perception, whether valid or not, that the queuing system is also problematic outside of the 605 software. And so to test that, I would like to see the queuing system stop for 30 to 60 days to see if there is a better service to the public and if technology is part of the issue. Secondarily, we've already identified the fact that the phone system is problematic. And we talked about this yesterday, the fact that people call in, there are hours of operations that they can't talk to anybody. I understand that you have your zone over that lunch hour. I don't disagree with that. It's the fact that some people are in the phone system, in that queuing system. I was one of them. I talked about it a couple of months ago. That people are in that system for an hour waiting and then just automatically get disconnected. So I know you're working with IT and however that is going, but we've not resolved that issue yet. So part of what I would like to see is just a temporary pause in the queuing system to see if that will alleviate anything at all. I don't know if it will. You don't believe it will. I don't know that because I don't have the data to tell me what it was like prior to a queuing system, after a queuing system. And then related to that, getting back to whether or not we go to a 5-day work week, everything that I'm seeing from the public is, we'd like to see a 5-day work week. And so I have a question. I mean, it's not a question, it's just part of my analysis process. Could we better serve the public and we wouldn't have some of these issues if we were on a 5-day work week and be open to the public? And so it's some of those things I would like to see that we could try to look at a process internally and we could look at something that we could do. And some of this comes down to decisions made by the commission, and that would be open 5 days a week. I think that looking at some of the closures we're having on some of the holidays we have, like June 19th, creating a 3-day work week to the public is not, I think we should be open on, June 19th. But those are policy decisions and planning decisions to make. And so the reason I can't support this is just what I spoke to. I would like to see other alternatives. We did talk, you spoke about the DMV machine. And I had a meeting a little over a week ago with Box Elder officials, and Box Elder is willing to take one of those machines to their location. And so I think there's other things that we could do. It's very difficult when you start adding personnel to say that at some point in time, I'm going to take that away. And, as we go into the 26 budget process, I'm looking at ways that we can streamline and maybe cut because we don't have a balanced budget, and this just doesn't fit what I think anyway at this time is appropriate. So, and I would also in that discussion like to see next month, and I'm not sure what the timeline is with Carol, but I would like to have it on our next agenda to talk about our 4- and 5-day work week, and those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hadcock.
Okay, so I've been here the longest as a commissioner in Pennington County for about 11 years. There's always been long lines. I remember at the courthouse, there was longer lines, you had to wait. But I'll be up straight, it's gotten worse. It's got worse over the years. I don't know about the calling, except for all the complaints that people are getting hung up on. We did a call center to help that, and in the last year or so, hasn't gotten any better. The FTEs, adding more FTEs to the fire, plus adding $232,000 to somebody's budget doesn't always fix an issue. We've said that in the past where we needed calling centers, so we had to add more FTEs. We added a queuing system that, to me, I'm with Jerry. I think you should take a pause 30 to 60 days because the lines aren't shorter to me. I think people just aren't, you're not seeing them in line as much, but they're more mad because the queuing system is not working for people. I know if you could show the data, it might be a little bit different or evidence-based, but I haven't seen any evidence-based.
I've got it for you. I pulled all
I'm
this
calling.
data.
I'm talking.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead. Yeah.
Only
Sorry.
because I'm getting upset because I thought the 4-day work week would, it's not just you with your system and us saying this, you are elected official. In your elected official capacity, we are trying to tell you in our capacity, your systems and your stuff is not working. And there's always something else that comes up. So if it's not working, if I run my business, I try something different or I quit that system and see something else. If the phone system's not working, then you needed to come to us a long time ago. If it's hanging up and doing things that it shouldn't and you want to change it now, that's fine. If you want a queuing system that, I'm telling you, Annette, in the last year since we changed the 4-day work week, I'm not doing a 4-day work week for myself. I'm not going to vote for that again. Evidence-based from elections to other people saying other stuff on when they're coming in here and seeing 4 days, even though you're supposed to do mail on Fridays, the system's not working. It's not working. I've got more complaints this year and last year than I ever have in the treasurer's office. And then it's not your people. It's not your people that they've been rude to them or yucky or anything else. It's the lines and the waiting time and all that stuff. It's not your personnel that's the issue. So something's got to give, and it's got to be evidence-based for me to give you 3 FTEs. I'm not against 3 FTEs if a person needs them, but I keep saying, you come up with these areas and then you say, oh, there are factors in addition to county growth affecting. You keep saying that, but I'm not
Sorry,
seeing,
what did you say? There's what?
there's,
Sorry.
there are various factors in addition to county growth affecting decisions to request now. Lag time, some other stuff. Well, I'll just tell you, in the last couple of years and all the FTEs that have been added, not only to your department and others, this isn't the time to add them before budget. We just heard from somebody that they didn't want to give any money to people that are already here, and one of those people that got those raises from Carol's office has gone above and beyond his job description, and I know it to be a fact, and it was turned down today. Now we want to add 232,000 on 3 FTEs? When people are having a problem with people doing their jobs or exceptional employees not getting raises, I'm not okay with that. I've been watching this spending problem in Pennington County for the last 3 or 4 years. Buildings, wages, other stuff, and adding FTEs. And I haven't seen much change on some departments with all what they've done. Because they said, we got to pay them more. That's how we keep our FTEs. That hasn't worked. I hate to tell you, let's go with data-driven. People are still leaving at the same amount. Then we said, well, we need more room, need more space. I don't think so, based on data-driven. So all this data is going to come out. I'd like to see, Jerry's right, I'm not a data freak in one sense because you can manipulate the data in one sense, but the other, it's got to be evidence-based somehow, Annette. And if you need more help, hell, let's give you 3 more FTEs. But saying, just telling me is different than showing me. I have to do it in my business. I need, what we added was laundromats. Hell, okay, so I had to budget for those laundromats and get those laundromats because evidence-based is they are ruining our tubs and the rooms weren't going to get as clean and all this other stuff, and that costs us more money. So I know that because I clean the rooms. So I'm asking you, evidence-based, and you already know my outcomes, saying your data, but not having outcomes from your data. I'm not seeing any of that to show that you need more FTEs, except for you're saying your wait times and your other things aren't working because you need more FTEs, and maybe that's going to correct it. So I agree, if you need more FTEs, I'm not against that, Annette. I'd like to see the outcomes and the evidence-based, and then when you come up for budget, just like a couple people said, spending the money, we never had that last year. We didn't have outcomes-based, we didn't have evidence-based why more people needed more money and more FTEs. They were just given. So this year, I'd like to do things a little bit differently, at least for myself, and hopefully on this budget. When we add 3 FTEs and Annette needs them, I'm gonna vote for them, because I'm gonna show the public why Annette needs them. So not against what you're doing. I think the queuing system, all this stuff, I don't believe the queuing system's working because I'm hearing more and more complaints, so that tells me it's not just the loudest people in the room anymore. Because there's some really professional people that have came up to me and said, Deb, I would just shut off on the phone, so I came out here, and you have some of your employees, let's be up straight, from Pennington County using the system, and they're saying the same thing. So there's got to be a give, and it makes it sound like, oh, you're doing a horrible job in it. No, you're not. What it is in order to change things in a business, it has to be evidence-based, and it has to show why more is needed or why something's not working. Then when you come in and say, I need $166,000 for that phone system, guys, because it's hanging up. It's causing us issues. I'd like to see why, when, and how. And you know what? To make you so you're the best you can be in the treasurer's office, it has to be shown that way. It has to be done that way to be able to justify why we give you more money or why your system's not working. It can't just be, it just says it on a paper that these things aren't working. So anytime I try to give money or try to move something forward, it's because of that reason. And I did look at those FTEs that Carol had, and that's why I voted for them. is because I know some of those two employees, at least one for sure, by evidence-based, what he's been doing for our system and what he's changed in our system, that I'm willing to pay him $3,200 more, because you should see what they get paid for his job description in general. So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to make some comments because my phone call prompted some of this. And it was, everywhere I go, and I don't have any finger pointing to do. I'm only talking reality. I can't go anywhere and not have someone say to me, man, you need to fix that Treasury Department. And I'm like, well, okay, what do I need to do? I don't know exactly what I need to do, because we've made some changes here at the county, and I'm going to read something to you guys, and this was brought up to me in accident by one of our fellow commissioners, and this is our mission statement for the county. The mission of Pennington County, South Dakota, is to provide quality public services as determined by law and citizens' needs through innovative leadership and the teamwork of its people. Officials and employees, services shall be provided in a fair, respectful, and professional manner, consistent with available human, natural, and economic resources. When I took this job, this is one of my main reasons that I came here to get elected, is to adhere to this mission statement, adhere to the reality of our employees that work here can enjoy their jobs. The people that come here can enjoy their visitation here. And so all these steps are leading to that, and having this conversation is a good conversation. It doesn't always feel the best at the time, but to get change, sometimes things have to happen. So my suggestion was to overhire, not add FTE. So it was to overhire for the two positions that you were hiring for now, because you'd mentioned you had 4 applicants, and I said, well, what does it look like if we overhire for those 2 positions? And I may not have communicated that to you well, but if we overhire for them and maybe we have to do a supplement, we're not making a permanent change. So trying to find a way, she feels that if she has more people, we can get these lines down. I don't know. I'm not that department's not my department. I don't run that department. I'm a commissioner. I look back from a farther, higher perspective, but I do know it's not working. Whatever we're doing now is not working. I had some conversations about people with the queue system. I would have a tendency to agree with Commissioner Durr that it would be nice to see a 30, 60-day pause on the queue system, but also add the opportunity to let Annette overhire. We don't have to make these people permanent. If we overhire, we supplement her budget to get these 4 people hired versus 2 people, then we're not constantly in this hiring mode. And then it allows us a period of time, because right now we are in the middle of really drastic changes in how we approach the budgeting, which takes a lot of our commission director and the people in that office. Their time is really committed to working on that budget. There's really no other opportunity. What the point came to me is like, every time I go somewhere, every phone call, every whatever, the people have to make the comments to me about, what are you doing? So the constituents in our community are looking at us going, yeah, we're glad we elected you, but you're not doing a thing. So that's not the way I work. I want to get something done. And if it's a matter of allowing Annette to overhire, and I don't know how that looks like, and pausing the queue system to get this done, and then we're all working together, because we have to make decisions. And we're not pointing fingers. We're not going to go back in the past. We got to stop any of that. We got to go forward. And going and talking about the 5-day work week, that's the other problem. That all gets misconstrued with the Treasury Department, with the wait times that are there. Maybe they've been that way for 40 years. It's time we change them. That's what we need to do. But we need to be able to put some resources in there to figure out what's happening. Why is it taking so long? And then we also need to look at the fact, and I talked to you, Annette, a little bit about this, the revenue and expenses in that department. The revenue is tied to, like she had mentioned, if we're getting $50 for an out-of-state plate, and we're getting X amount of dollars, I don't even know what those numbers specifically are, for every plate that comes in, what is that revenue factor? Are we using that revenue factor to subsidize the rest of the county's general fund, or are we using that revenue factor to get people through the lines? Those are things that we don't have time to look at right now, but we do have long lines. That's something we do have to look at. If there's another option of supporting some sort of supplement that she can hire 4 people versus 2 people, to allow those 4 people to be trained and up to speed, and that'll give us time, in that same period of time where we're putting the queue system on hold. I could support that. I don't know if that makes sense to you, what I'm saying, will you comment on that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The 2026 budget would be changed to 180,878 for these three, not 230. Already did the figuring. I've been doing the budget and respectfully for 20 years for the treasurer's office, and it does work to have the incremental steps within our office because they enter in they don't just come through the door to be able to wait on customers. There is a lot of training that goes in to transferring a title. First, they train on the South Dakota titles, and then we've got all the out-of-state titles from there. If respectfully, you did ask me to go to HR and talk to them about how I would go about that. One of their recommendations was it should just be added to the position, because then how do you, I don't know, you've seen that email that she had sent out, and I agreed with that. So I know that I have the work there for it. You're seeing the front end people that are picking up the phone and calling you. What I'm concerned about are the backlog of the people that decide that they want to use the mail service, that now they were used to us being 3 to 5 days out, and now we're a month out, maybe even longer than that. I have the work for 3 additional people to do. Our staff that we have right now up in the treasurer's office are to capacity. There isn't anybody that, I've seen on social media the other day where they said, well, I was sitting in line and 2 people were just standing there talking and the windows were open. Yes, because it's easier for us to collaborate on an issue that just happened on S605 Drive, to get it fixed internally than it is for us to sit on hold for the state to do it on their end. And we're constantly collaborating with that. The phone system, we're waiting on the program for that as well. And so as soon as that's ready to go. Golden West, this isn't a thing that, I didn't tell anybody about the phone system, for crying out loud. They've been talking about it for 3 years, and the system that got replaced from the old system was never the same, or didn't have the same capability as our old system, but it was becoming obsolete. IT chose that system, and without checking with any of the other departments, and they weren't aware what we used for that. You have to have people manning the phones in order to get those calls taken care of when they come in. They're still going to drop if I don't have people to answer the phones. They have to be completely trained with the phone system that we have right now to answer the phone call. The people that are calling in for title work are a lot of the same people that are standing out front. They called the week before to find out what they needed. So yes, I get that wait time on both sides. I have to fill those seats with people that are trained.
So let's go back to my question on that. My question is when we talked, you said you had 2 positions that were already open, right?
We have one now, yeah.
Okay, so you filled one, and then, so you had.
And we have
so you got
one that's-
So, and then
right.
if we allowed you to hire for 2 more people without putting it in the budget, I guess maybe this is a Carol question.
I have it in the budget to do it because I don't have staff that are willing to work overtime anymore.
Right,
They're
I mean,
just-
if I was working
yeah.
10 hours a day, last thing I'd want to do is work overtime.
I need to be able to switch them off from that front line and off of the phones, and right now, we don't have that, we don't have the option, because as soon as they get trained, we're putting them right up to the front window on the faster transactions. One thing on the queuing system too, I would request that the commission vote on me not using the queuing system, because I totally disagree with it. I think that it's giving us the information that you've all been asking for. Prior to that, like I said, videos were being looked at and heads were being counted when they came in, for crying out loud. We don't have another option to do that. At least the queuing system has all of that ability. Jordan's been up, Cody's been up to see all the available reports that they had. I thought you got what you needed. It's all there. All of the documents are there. The only thing that is going to be different is that our queuing system allows us to to count the people that are there, that their transaction hasn't been completed. We've never been able to do that. The queuing system allows that too. That's still time in line that that person took. The queuing system also allows them to leave and come back in the same order that they left so that they don't have to start over in the line. So if you're asking for us not to use that, it's a paid-for product right now. We looked at we as in IT, myself, and the commission office, looked at 3 different sources. And Waitwell is the one that we chose for the cost and for the reporting that's available to us. The other ones didn't have the same reporting. They were just starting to build it. It's a $30,000 for 3 years, and it was $1,000 for 1 year from the other one. So that's why we chose that one, and they're willing and have been very helpful with tweaking their own reports for us.
But like I said,
along the way.
you're elected to run that department. We
Yes, I
understand
am.
that. And so,
So, Mr. Chairman?
yeah,
Yeah,
Commissioner,
just
go
a
ahead.
couple follow-up. Carol, could you come up? So it's not in the information we have here, but based on your conversation with Annette about, how to help out with some of the things in the office, Annette came back with some solutions. And I believe, 2 of those have been addressed. We're talking about the third one right now, which is a little bit different than what Chairman Weifenbach believed it would be. So one of the requests that Annette came forward to ask for assistance at her office to help alleviate, some of the busy time was the opening and closing of the building at night. And so I wasn't even aware that the, front doors are on an automatic lock, but it's that barred cage that's got to be opened. And so I believe, anyway, the sheriff's office is going to take care of that right now. Is that correct? And I also had a request, we had said that really that's a buildings and grounds function. It's not the treasurer's office function to open and close the building at night. So I believe that one has been checked off your list, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The second one was the interview time it takes with the turnover in her office, getting assistance from the HR office to do those initial interviews, which would free up some of your time to do what you need to do to run your office. And so HR has said, yes, we will take that on, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep, we're fully staffed as of now, and so moving forward, we will be doing that. Also, at your suggestion, maybe in that aspect, we can also inform the applicants that have yet to apply that it's on a, of how our structure works for the stair step, so that they're understanding that the entry-level position, it takes 3, 6, and 9 months to get where we need them to be. So, and the wages go according with that
Yeah,
as well.
and part of the conversation related to that I had with Annette is, the different job titles that she has in there, and the progression as you move forward, which we saw at last commission meeting when you moved, some of your support staff administratively to tax and title. There was 4 or 5 of those that moved forward. So my comment to Annette yesterday, and I've talked to Carol about this, was if you're actually, advertising maybe at a higher rate, you might get a better pool and quality of applicants if they understood that, within a short period of time, I could move up $2 an hour, whatever that number is. And again, getting back to some of this, I'm a little bit old school. We had a conversation about what happened to just a deputy treasurer. And my comment related to this fast tracking and promotions and getting back to the budget. So you've done the budget for 20 years. I've looked at the budget, and this is where as the county moves forward, this is what I want to focus on. And it's the fact that we have one centralized location to build personnel into the budget. And when we have the opportunities in the budget currently that we have, and it was brought up by Commissioner Drews, that we have the ability of a department head to move an employee 12 steps somewhere in that first year in policy, correct me if I'm wrong, Carol, it could be 30 days later, it could be 60 days later, it could be 6 months. My concern is we've created this this promotional process and this hiring thing that creates a, which I've already talked about today, but creates a budgeting problem when you are fast-tracking employees through a system and getting back to the training required to move people in 30 days, 60 days. You get hired to do this job, and then within 60 or 90 days, I'm going to give you a promotion to $2 an hour, whatever that number is, because you have now gotten to this level. That same opportunity doesn't exist for Chief Deputy Hughes in his office and the sheriff talking about a deputy sheriff. You're hired to do a job, you have to go to the academy, you get certified, you come back, you graduate the academy, you're through an FTO program. There is no fast track within that year. And so other employees in the county, just because you get certified or trained on something, and it's just like a deputy getting hired, you can't go out and work in your first week. In my day, I did, because that's how it was, but you go through a process, you go through training, and then you assume more responsibility. But with that is not this additional stair step that we can't plan and budget for. And what I see is, looking at the budget, looking at historical stuff, and looking at some of the things that this board is looking at and trying to change, the board's responsibility is fiscal, you run your office. And so, but you come to us and say, I need these assets to run my office effectively. It's our job to look at this and say, okay, I have enough decision. And so when you say that we've gotten this information about a 5-day or a 4-day work week and the number of transactions that we were doing in a 5-day work week, with or without the queuing system, and what that wait time was, I don't have it analyzed. And I didn't see until some PDF documents that I had Cody pull up yesterday. And so, it comes down to presenting information, and I want it to come from you. I don't want to sit and decipher the information. I want you to present the information. And when I get back to my number of 232,000, I calculated that based on how I see you promoting. And so that is a tax and title specialist fully benefited for a year is 232,000. And so based on how you're promoting within your office, that's how I got that number. And then my question to Carol is, and Annette and I had a conversation yesterday because she's also said that, well, I have people sick and vacation, people take holidays, they're off. And so, I need to cover for that time. If we're going to cover the employees that are paid for their leave, and then we're going to overhire to that degree, we are paying for non-work hours, and then we're going to add those non-work hours up and say that I have to staff to that level so that I'm 100%. That would be millions of dollars across the organization. And so getting back to the overhire situation, I know one, I believe, that's been rectified. So correctional staff is one. And so I think maybe a little over a year ago or something, and some of the information I'd seen a couple of years ago, there were, nearly, I'm trying to recall some data I looked at, about 50 open FTEs in the sheriff's office.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in those situations, do we allow an overhire?
No.
So what is your
If-
perception on an overhire versus adding 3 FTEs?
So I'd like to clarify, when I hear the term overhire, that concerns me. Because what you're saying is that you are overhiring, and if the need's no longer there, those FTE will go away, but those are individual people that are in those positions. And we can't automatically assume there'd be another position for them in the county that they would even be interested in, or that would be a good job fit. So I don't like that term at all. If the motion is to hire or approve hiring more FTE, I would rather not hear that overhire term. It's granting those FTE to the treasurer's office.
I respectfully disagree with that. I mean, I think you look at the attrition in the office, you can see there'll be a pattern that says she's going to need X amount of hires. I mean, I'm assuming I'm right on that, maybe not, but what I'm really coming to the table with is looking for solutions. We can all point out the problem, which we've already pointed out, and I'm willing to entertain a continuing motion from the council,
Chair.
from the commission, that they would, but at the same time, if we do that, then you approach Carol and you approach Annette with emails and get the information we need to make a good decision Annette's the elected official that's hired to run the job. She's gonna be held accountable for it. But right now, we're getting held accountable for it. That will change, as we have public opportunity for people to commit. Going back to the 4 or 5 day work week, I think maybe we need to advance that into our next meeting and put it on the agenda. I think that it also helps Annette's office if they're there till 4:30 and they know that peer, that whole time frame will be there too, since after 4 o'clock, it's been mentioned that peer's gone, so there's no collaboration after 4 o'clock with peer. Looking at the ATMs, or the, whatever you want to call them, the kiosks, I looked at the numbers. The one that's here gets used well. The one that's at the DMV it's like, must not even have it. So we need to do some more research into that. One of the problems is one of our resources are tied up with the budget. I'm just looking for solutions as more of an approach of, we need to do something. So
Chair.
let's start somewhere, so.
I think that
Commissioner
the-
Hadcock, and then I'll go to Commissioner Ross.
It's been a good discussion, and I think there needs to be more evidence based on the outcomes, and then see, Annette, based on those outcomes, if that's what you need for your department. So for me, I think it's a good thing for the commission to, not just 2 commissioners, all 5 of us, to send you what we think on the queuing system, the other systems, then you can explain it to us. The other thing is to see it by evidence-based, and that information saying what we did before and what we're doing now and what that difference is. I don't need to be compared to Minnehaha. What I need to be compared to is what you had before and what you're having now and how much better it is. Or maybe even from your evidence base, you find that you could do some tweaks, whether it be the calling system or otherwise. But I'd like to continue this so we can have more discussion and also meet with Annette a little bit more on what we're thinking and what she's thinking, and then bring it back to the public in a full discussion again.
Go to Commissioner.
Just need a second.
Mr. Chair.
Second.
Got a commission, let's let Commissioner Ross
Okay,
speak.
first of all, thank you for reading the mission statement, because that mission statement gives me the direction. And I think if we don't do anything today, we're just, as I said before, kicking the can down the road, that we're still going to have the problem. You talk about evidence. My evidence is in my computer. Under Pennington County 2025, I have subdirectories, and one of them would be issues. And under issues, I have the different departments. I don't even want to tell you how many files, and I got the names and telephone numbers of people that have sit there, one-page complaints, and just one after another after another. That's my evidence right there. I'm all for continuing this, but I do like Ron's idea. Let's just get it fixed. I want to make a difference. You know, that's what people voted for me. So we can sit there and continue, but my position is we need to do something for the treasurer's office, whether it's 1, 2, or 3 additional employees. I think he had very good testimony today. I'm all for it, but I'm also willing to work with the commission
All right.
to see if we can do some additional brainstorming.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner.
I appreciate Commissioner Roskinek's comments, and, you know, we're not that far apart. But what I would like to see then is that, Annette, you come back and, you know, I can sit down, you know, with you and maybe help give some insight as to what would help me make this decision. I think Cody has maybe got some of the information, and we're just going to have to make the time to get the data so that you can present. And what I want to see in the data is, how did we operate on a 5-day work week versus a 4-day work week, and the number of transactions. And I know we had a conversation about, and there's some other things in there, and some things, obviously, I know you're working on the phone system. You know, years ago, I did an analysis, you know, on a treasurer's office, and I got data out of your office that we talked about, and I believe that was, you know, Janet Saylor provided that to me to do an analysis of number of transactions per employee, you know, during a work day, and making comparisons as to, you know, what that workflow looked like. And I utilized that data to help, you know, another treasurer, you know, improve her operations based on how things were done here. But it's some of that data that I would like to see, because I would rather, if we're going to spend money, I want to look at where that money is going to be spent and the best bang for the buck. And if I can't get an answer that we're going to be serving the public better by adding over $200,000, then I want to know, what can we do to assist? I'm just making a comment about the queuing system. I would like to see that, but at your office. I'm not going to say you can't use this technology, you can't use that. When it comes down to those decisions about funding those are the opportunities that we have a discussion on. Yes, I'll pay for that, or I don't think we should, but I need to see the data. So for everybody concerned, I would like to, when these decisions are made, I would like to have all the information. And so I would just say, if we could hit this again and maybe give us 30 days to put this data together, if that's what it's going to take. And if you think you can do it quicker, then bring it back. But that's just my comment.
Mr. Chair.
You think you could bring it back quicker than 30 days?
Yes, I have all, excuse me, I have all the raw data, which is what was given. No, it wasn't analyzed because so maybe that was a miscommunication between you and I. You had asked, I thought you had asked me to get all that raw data in the direction of Cody and to Jordan. So I have those, the difference between how we used to keep track of those same workload that you're talking about, that you had received before. The difference is that our office is probably at least a third to a half times more working on documents that are not a completed transaction. And those are still customers that are utilizing the hours of our staff to do the processing. And that's what has grown so much. So I'll be happy to work with you. As you all know, you've all been invited up to my office so that I could show you the workings of the office and what we're doing. Those of you that took that invitation, I appreciate you for learning a little bit more about the treasurer's office. It's not a cushy county job, and there's a lot of training that goes into it. So I appreciate your consideration. If you're saying no, the calls will keep coming in. That's not a threat by any means. That's just, I mean, the people are still going to be there for us to assist, and it does take training before. We can't just hire somebody to fix it. That's why I wanted to be proactive to get people in line and get their training started. So I appreciate your consideration and the time on the agenda today.
Right, I just didn't, having that data so we can analyze it, is 30 days realistic, 2 weeks realistic, or
Or what?
to get that information that we're going to be requesting?
Oh, yeah, I can get it to you
So,
by next
Commissioners,
week.
if you got questions you want to know to make a good decision, let's get those to Carol on what I'm talking about, overhiring versus just hiring. It's a practice that we used in our world of.
I like that,
So we
too.
could, because one of the big concerns Annette had was, I got these positions and then I'm going to have to go back out and rehire again. And by the time I do that, those positions are going to be gone. If that makes sense or not make sense, I'm looking for solutions.
Mr. Chair, and originally that is what, because I could tell in our budget that we had the dollar amount in there to hire those three and start the training.
Mention that to me,
And
so,
not do
And
it in the.
We did
budget,
we
so-
did get the opening and closing of the door thing.
Yeah,
I
2 out
didn't
of
realize
3
that was
ain't bad.
happening. I think there's other ramifications that I would like to speak with my commission in private on, because those things shouldn't be made public. And we also talked about HR taking over some of the training, so we're working on solutions. That's all we're concerned about, is working on moving forward with solutions. And so we will go back to Ms. Hadcock if you want to remake that.
We already made a vote.
Oh.
There was a
Yeah, the
second.
first and
Well, we have a
second.
second.
But we should have a date. You want to have a date
Yeah,
on
what
it
date?
that says we
Is
bring
it
it
the
back?
1st, July 1st, or that's the next meeting, or the 15th, or whatever it is?
Can you make it, can you get it together by the next meeting?
Well, I'm going to need some assistance with analyzing it. I've got all the raw data. Is that something that you're going
Okay,
to let the
so-
commission
all right.
office do, or?
So it's a question, and when you say that I got the data in the.
Well, I
Jordan-
mean, I
No,
can get, yeah.
No, I know, but when you
Okay.
said that I had it and that Jordan had it, and then in our conversation, you said Carol had it, Jordan searched for it, he didn't have it, Carol didn't have it, I didn't have it. It was sitting on, you had emailed some of this stuff to Cody, and then it was sitting on a server in a file, but no one had analyzed it, so.
Okay.
So we might want to ask
So-
Jordan.
And so the question would be, I'm going to go to
when he has
Jordan.
time.
Is this something that you guys can help knock out between now and July 1st, or do you need another meeting after that?
The 15th.
I'd prefer to go to the meeting after, but
15th?
I mean, I'd really like to see this resolved for Annette as quickly as possible, either way, just so that she can either get the people in or just know for sure that we're not hiring anyone. So I would make it a priority. We try to get it done. We're going to be hitting budget quite a bit, but I think there's enough time I can put in the work to get it done for July 1st.
All right,
Gives me
that's the date.
about a week. We'll try it. Yep.
but can we get Minnehaha County's information too? Because we all do references across the, okay, so.
All right, so we'll help you out to get the data.
Yeah, in a second.
So we have a motion from Hadcock, second by Durr. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right,
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Annette.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Let's move on to the next item. The items from Fire Administration, Jerome Harvey. Looks like we need a
okay,
longer microphone.
I was wondering what that prop is for, now I know, so.
That prop.
Good morning, good afternoon, Commissioners. Appreciate the time to talk to you about our fireworks season. Two of the commissioners here have not been through this, and the intention of today is to simply have a briefing to help you understand some of the background as far as rules and regulations concerning fireworks. It's not to chew up a bunch more time, but just give you some heads up on that. And I do have a couple of our colleagues that are here today to help you answer that or brief you up on what's going on. So give me just a second to catch up with technology and we'll get going here. The fireworks season, there's two fireworks seasons in South Dakota, specifically concerning consumer-grade fireworks. Summertime fireworks season runs from June 27th to the Sunday following the 4th of July. So you have 10 shopping days left until June 27th when the consumer-grade fireworks can be discharged and sold in the state of South Dakota. I know that I gave you guys a briefing, a packet, and I just, not to repeat it or read it off to you, but there's just a couple things that always come out in that information. One is across the country, across the United States, 322.7 billion pounds of fireworks were sold in the United States alone last year. 2024, $17 million worth of taxable fireworks were sold in South Dakota across 35 of the 66 counties. It's really sad, though, to look at it. The number one state in the nation in 2023 for fireworks injuries during the same period of time was South Dakota. We're fourth in the nation as far as the amount of fireworks that are sold per thousand of people, about 6,200 per thousand residents as far as money spent on fireworks. And we're behind, number one state in the nation is Missouri at about $11,000 spent per thousand people, but we're ahead of Alabama.
You're telling me.
Bad joke. Anyway, it kind of gives you guys kind of a background, some background information on that. It comes down to probably guessing some of the complaints and calls that you'll get is the county doing something about fireworks being discharged out into the county itself, as far as the fireworks displays, the private displays that go on, that type of stuff. And so I've asked our state's attorney to send down Mr. Alderman, if he'll come up with Jay, if he could come on up, and he can express to you about some of the laws. Jay was recognized several years ago by the state Supreme Court as being an expert witness on fireworks here in South Dakota.
No, I want to leave it up there. Okay. Thank you. Good to see you, Jay Aldrin from the State's Attorney's Office. So first I want to just commend Jerome. He did a really nice job. I think you got a packet of information, and he'll probably show it on the slides. But he lays out the relevant statutes really well in here. And so back in, I think, 2012, we had, if you remember that, we had a pretty bad drought year all over the state. And so in 2013, this kind of came to a head of what is a county commission allowed to do as opposed to a municipality? And as we all know, there's a statute 933-1 that allows municipalities carte blanche kind of control, frankly, over fireworks and open burning. Not true for commissions, and that's still true today. And we have an Attorney General opinion that we put in 2013 and got back that confirmed what we were all thinking and how we were reading the statute. But bottom line is, the season's open from the 27th to the Sunday following the 4th, but the county is limited to only being able to manage, meaning regulate or prohibit fireworks if the fire index reaches the extreme level. And then it's only by resolution between the 20th to July 2nd. So the truth of the matter is, out in the county, there's absolutely no control over fireworks from July 3rd, 4th, and this year, 5th and 6th. I don't know, I've never really looked into it. I suppose in a really oddball year with extreme drought, the governor might be able to step in and take some kind of emergency measure or something, I suppose. But that's really the bulk of the county's management or mitigation in extreme conditions. And we do have I haven't looked at it for a while, so we're talking about maybe taking a look at our resolution that's in place, because we have a standing resolution that if it reaches that index of extreme, it kicks in and prohibits, and in some areas, if I recall right, regulates time, when you can shoot fireworks and so forth. Then if it drops below that, it's lifted, and then if it goes back up to it in that time frame, it's on again. And so I recall, it's been a while since I've worked with the agencies, but it's a little bit of a logistical nightmare, as you can imagine, because the fire index isn't 24/7. I think it was, and maybe that's changed, Jerome, but it was only reported at certain times. So if it dropped below, shoot your fireworks. If it inches back up at 2 o'clock in the morning, light your fires or stop. It's back and forth, so it's a little bit of a logistical issue, but maybe Jerome can fill you more in on that, his coordination with the agencies that would get that word out to let people know whether our resolution's in place or not. Other than that, that's kind of the status of basic rundown of just your authority, and you have it in place now through a resolution. Any questions?
Yeah, my question would be for Mark.
Hi, Mark Hughes, Chief Deputy Sheriff's Office.
So anybody else that comes forward for the rest of the day, you got to have that mic right where it's
Down
on.
there.
Everybody's coming up the stalls. So.
I'll need a stool.
So anyway, so the issue with the city of Rapid City does not allow, fireworks, is that correct?
Yes, they have an ordinance against that.
Okay,
yes.
and then I believe it's got a mile buffer.
Yes.
Okay, so explain to me what you see as issues with that mile buffer going out into, let's just say, Rapid Valley and enforcement.
So over the years, the city of Rapid City has always had the ordinance that reaches out a mile past their city limits. I talked to the police department today to find out what their response is on their fireworks plan, and they do a lot of warnings initially, and unless someone's doing something reckless, then they take action on that. Historically, the sheriff's office has kind of come to a compromise with the citizens in Rapid Valley, which is about 90% within that mile radius. We've allowed people to shoot off fireworks in Rapid Valley within that 1 mile buffer zone up until 11 o'clock p.m. We have extra people that are out in those areas making contact with the citizens and kind of reminding them of that time frame, and there's a hard stop at 11 p.m. We've had a lot of voluntary compliance over the last many years where there's always going to be some stragglers after that 11 o'clock hour, but most of the time the people will shut it down, and we've had good luck with that.
All right. Anyway, those are, I haven't gotten it recently, but, at the beginning of the year, I got some Rapid Valley residents, a few that hit me up and said, hey, new Commissioner Durr, how come you don't enforce the 1 mile buffer that comes into Rapid Valley? So that's the reason to ask the question, so.
Yeah, it's a touchy subject every year, and we deal with it. It's fireworks, or either you love them or you hate them, and we have both sides of that. So, like I said, the compromise was to enforce it after a certain hour to maintain some sort of peace in the evenings. And also, we're out if people are shooting them at cars or other people's, or people are in the roadways, blocking roadways. We're dealing with those situations, but just the shooting of the actual fireworks is in the city ordinance part is enforced after 11 p.m.
All right. And I thought maybe Commissioner Weifenbach had talked about not selling fireworks to Rapid Valley residents, but, yeah.
I'll just make a comment that I've been in the business for a long time, and the sheriff's department and the police department have great relationships with, there's people out there that they know are gonna shoot them off, and they work well with them, and typically there's real good compliance on it. And the fire department, I mean, they got an inspector that comes around and inspects your tents and slaps you up when you don't have the things you need to have, and I've been on that end of that before. But all in all, it works good. Any of you who've experienced barking dogs know that's a bigger problem than fireworks are. So, but go ahead.
There's a barking dog at the mic. Just
Wow.
kidding.
Okay.
I'm teasing.
So, had the Weather Service generally give this portion of the briefing. They had the change here at the last minute, so I was leveraged Dr. Calable to come talk about the weather, because the ordinance, or the state statute between June 20th and July 2nd is based on the grassland fire danger rating. So I asked Dr. Clable at the last second, I threw him under the bus and asked him if he would come in and talk briefly about the weather pattern that we're seeing between now and the 6th of July.
Not as tall. No, good morning. Darren Clabo, State Fire Meteorologist, South Dakota, and Associate Professor of Practice at South Dakota Mines. So the South Dakota Grassland Fire Danger Map is a product they produce every day. I have to dig into the specific time at when it's produced on a daily basis. But this one, you can see the timestamp, top right, was produced yesterday afternoon, valid for today, 8 a.m. through 7 p.m. The Grassland Fire Danger Index is a combination of 4 different things. It includes temperature, relative humidity, wind speed, and then a fuel curing percentage. What that fuel curing percentage means is just how dry the fuels are. So we look at it from a remote sensing standpoint, a satellite standpoint, and we'll say, hey, does the grass look brown from the satellite standpoint, or does it look green? It's a curing percentage that literally runs from 0 to 100%, and that's a product based off, the Weather Service has a link for it, but it's also called the NDVI, Normalized Difference Vegetation Index. So we're looking at all these things from a remote sensing port. We put it in a big long equation. It's a big messy equation, and it spits out a value for us. If that value reaches the adjective index of extreme, that is when these regulations do come into account. In order to get to that point, though, you do have to meet some pretty extreme weather conditions, hot, dry, and windy with available fuels. So with that in mind, as we progress through the end of June, we're actually in pretty good shape right now. Rapid City as a whole, at least from Rapid City Airport, we're 2 inches short of water year to date. We average right around 10 inches by now, and we've only gotten about 8. So we're about 80% of average. So drier than average, which is why what you saw previously in the U.S. Drought Monitor, why we're seeing those D1 moderate drought conditions. Moving forward in the next 6 to 10 days and then the next 8 to 14 days, it is hinting towards average to even above average precipitation across kind of the northern Great Plains and upper Midwest, but it is also looking like we're going to see warmer than average temperatures. So the combination of these two things Even if it's slightly above average in precip, once the temperatures bump up, that bumps up your evapotranspiration rates, and plants lose a lot more moisture due to those increased temperatures. So that's one thing I'm going to be thinking about as we move forward. Getting out through the end of June, we're looking okay right now, but July is starting to trend, especially that first week in July, July 4th week, is trending drier than average and warmer than average right now. That being said, from that fuels component, that curing percentage component, I don't think we're going to be at a point we're going to see that extreme fire danger. I think we've got enough water in the ground. I think we're going to get enough water in order to keep the grasses green enough in order to be in a pretty good spot through the 4th of July weekend. Anytime this time of the year, like, last night, Rapid City got a 1/4 inch or 1/3 of an inch of rain. That's going to carry us literally for the next 2 weeks in terms of having to worry about fires, right? So if we pick up, today and tomorrow, if we pick up another 1/4 inch or another 1/3 of an inch, that's going to stretch that out to, I'm not thinking about fires here at least, for the next 3 to 4 weeks. If we get an inch of rain, fire's really not on my brain for about 4 weeks. And so that's kind of where we're at right now in terms of climatologically, weather-wise, and what I'm thinking going into the 4th of July weekend. I think for western South Dakota, Pennington County, we're in decent shape. I think some of the surrounding areas are in a little bit worse shape, but I think we'll be all right.
Thank you, sir.
Chair,
Commissioner Hadcock.
I'm going to tease you for a second. And you're the weather guy we have to call? Just kidding. This is the most extreme weather I've ever been in South Dakota, and I've been here all my life, where one minute it could be 40 below, the next minute it's 70 degrees. So that is a job that I would not take. But
That's
thank
all
you.
his fault too, Deb.
Well, that's why I said we can call him, so thank you, sir, for your
No,
presentation.
go ahead.
Doctor, I appreciate you throwing you under the bus and with no notice and stepping in and covering for the Weather Service. The next thing we'll talk about is what the Emergency Services Communication Center has to do. We have Stephanie Olson here, and she can fill you in on some of their workload, some of the questions and stuff that they deal with.
All right, Mr. Chairman. Doctor, what's your name again?
Darren.
All right, Darren. So could you help Black Hills Energy out on doing some predictions so you can let us know when this is going to be tripped?
I've had multiple conversations with them.
All right, thanks.
I'd like to make a comment about that, is that Dr. Clable is recognized internationally as a fire meteorologist, and we're finally got Black Hills Energy connected up with them because we have the people here that can help them with that, and I appreciate everybody's concern on that. So anyway, Stephanie.
Good afternoon, Commission. I'm Stephanie Olson, Deputy Director of the Emergency Service 911 Center. I'll just give you a brief overview of what we do to kind of streamline some of our work during the 4th of July holiday. I'd say it's one of the 2 planned events that's the most impactful to us. It brings in a lot of phone calls. We have questions from anywhere from what fireworks are allowed, where can I set fireworks off, where's the Black Hills Fire Protection District, where are the fireworks shows going to be this year, how do I find out? So what we started doing in 2018 is we started partnering with 211. And they take those phone calls for us that aren't emergencies, that are people asking questions. It's a really good thing because those are the people that are wanting to comply with the laws, so they have the time to spend with them and explain where they can go, what they can do. So we're sending those calls over to them, and they take them for us. They do an excellent job, and they work really well with us. So that's one of the things that we do. We also have a kind of an all hands on deck policy during that time. So everyone gets their regular days off, but no one gets any extra vacation because we're all there ready to go. As all of you know, there can be other events that occur over the holiday, emergencies, people are out doing recreational activities. There's been events here, so we all like to be on standby and be ready for that. So other than that, we go into our computer-aided dispatch system. That's where all of our fireworks complaints go to that need to be dispatched to law enforcement or a fire department. And we field the complaints, they go into our system, and we dispatch them out according to whatever the plans are for our law enforcement agencies and our fire departments. Every year we work with County Fire. They change a little bit of their grassland fire response so that the departments that are experiencing the small grass fires that are due to fireworks aren't sending out all of their resources along with other departments. And, we found in past years, they're kind of just chasing around little fires. So we change our response and we send out the initial fire department. They get there and then they decide if they need help from other departments so that everyone can stay where they need to be instead of chasing little fires all over our fire response area. For our law enforcement responders, we've built a filter into our call taking system. They look at it at their mobile, on their mobiles and their vehicles, and we've built the filter in. So if there's an officer out on fireworks patrol, he can put the filter in, see where all the fireworks calls are, and they just hit them. They just go to them and take care of them. But if they're on patrol and they don't want to see all those fireworks calls because they can become so overwhelming in our system, they can remove them. And now they're seeing the actual calls that aren't related to fireworks, and they don't have to weed through them. So those are kind of the basic things that we do for our responders and to help with our phone calls during the 4th of July season. This year, we're hoping that we are able to, through one of our other systems, send out a live link to callers who call in, who do make it to us and say, can you explain to me the boundaries of the fire protection district? We could send them a live link, instead of taking the time to try to explain it over the phone. Oh, here's the link to County Fire's website with all this information, or here's a link to the map. So that's what we're looking at doing also this year to kind of improve service and, give people what they need and keep our people free to handle emergency calls.
Nice.
Oh, thank you. You guys are
Thank you,
on
Stephanie.
top of it. We
you.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Durham.
that was great. You guys do a great job. Just a side note, 30 seconds or less. How close are you to the calling system?
So it's part of a system that you saw, Commissioner Durham, and you as well, Commissioner Hadcock. So we're not able to send out live links from our phone system, but the transcription system that we showed you prepared 911, we're able to do it through that system. So I'm just trying to figure out the best way we can streamline that, and I have a call with them on Friday, so I'm going to ask the company what would be the best way for us to build those in and get them out without causing too much, I guess, clunkiness between our regular phone system that the caller would be on and that system. So pretty close.
All right, thank you.
Yes. And also, I'd just like to add that, I think everything that everyone's been doing has been working. I looked at the number of complaints that we've processed through our system, and it's for both Pennington County and Rapid City. And in 2019 and 2020, it was right around just over 600 complaints that we were getting during the fireworks sale time. And last year in 2024, it was down to 328. So it's been cut in half. So I think everyone's doing a really great job of getting those complaints and concerns, communicated and helped out get them down.
So Chairman,
Commissioner Hadcock.
so I appreciate that. Whenever we came to your meetings, I'll keep saying evidence-based outcomes. You've always had that. And then that's how you've changed your systems. That's how you've changed the way you do business. And since I've been here in 911, you guys have been very progressive on anything you look at to make it more efficient and more effective, and also very customer service based. And it's been pretty awesome to watch, just the progression in the last 11 years. I mean, and now you're going to AI. So kudos to you. And I think I've said that before. That's why I've never questioned a lot of your stuff, because I've always seen the evidence based on some of the things for FTEs or why your budgets. And when you do that, you guys, for the other departments, when you break it down and show us these pieces and parts, makes it easy for us to understand. And just like your department, which you're doing with the fireworks and the sheriff's department stuff, you broke it down and now you've seen a better way to do it, or a way to help the policemen and the first responders, and it's been pretty awesome to watch. So thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Commissioner.
So I assume most of these complaints are Rapid City to the east, because, they don't allow fireworks in the Black Hills, although I'm not saying people don't do it, but I would assume the majority is transpired Rapid City towards Wall.
I think I looked at 2024, and a majority, I'd say about 2/3 of them were in the city. And then the ones that were out of the city were usually citizens in Rapid Valley that are saying like, this is ridiculous, it's waking up my baby, or it's scaring my animals, or, things like that. But I think since my interpretation of why our data has gone down is the sheriff's office doing those fireworks patrols out in the valley. I think the people that have concerns, I think, are just talking to them versus calling us, is my interpretation of probably what has happened there.
I wonder, is there any interaction with the Forest Service law enforcement during this period?
The area west of 79 is under the Black Hills Forest Fire Protection District, so pyrotechnics are not allowed. That's by state statute. As far as the interaction, Chief Deputy Hughes has to answer that, as far as the direct interaction with them. I know there is some interaction out on the grasslands, but he can answer that a little better.
We always coordinate with even the fire department in Rapid City and the Black Hills Fire or Black Hills Forest people during that time. But typically, if there's a call that something is going on in the Black Hills Fire Protection District, it's a deputy that's responding out there to take care of that.
Okay. I got one question for Jay.
Jay.
And while Mark is here, can I ask Mark a question? Okay. Carol, it would be related to you and Mark. And so what you explained about how you do the enforcement efforts in that mile buffer and Rapid Valley, I know you guys do a good job of putting out, the PR stuff out of the sheriff's office and about that. Is that something that you communicate to the public as to how you enforce that?
Yeah, there'll be stuff going out on our social media, certainly days before that. And like I said, a lot of it is word of mouth. We drive around, we make contact with the citizens and let them know. And we have reserves and a lot of our exempt employees are out there. So we have a beefed up crew that are out there making contact with people.
All right. So when you push that out, then Carol, can your marketing team also push out that information so we can just educate the public as to how we're enforcing fireworks in that buffer zone?
Yes.
And throughout the county?
Commissioner Roskinek, you had a question for
Yeah, my
Mr.
question
Alderman?
was, Jay, relative to South Dakota State Statute 343719, do you think that should, I don't know when that was last updated or modified, but do you think that's sufficient, or could it be, do you think it could be tweaked any, or do you think it's sufficient relative to giving the county the guidance on how to handle this?
I can tell you, I don't have it in front of me, but there was some efforts made by this commission and our office years ago in Pierre to tweak a few things, and it's a strong lobby. And so nothing really changed, and it's kind of sacred to keep open at least some days, and in this case, it's the 3rd and 4th, and then the Sunday following the 4th. So it's pretty sacred. Initially, we tried to give the county the same authority as municipalities, and that was not going to go anywhere.
Well, you got to remember, it's South Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Alderman.
Just touching base on the public information aspect, we do have one dedicated page that law enforcement and all the agencies bring the information in. Val Newman keeps the page up, and we update it essentially twice a year, have an overhaul on the page. It is for the summer fireworks season and the winter fireworks season, and all the information is consolidated into one place. And then we do social media campaigns that are timed to go out throughout the time period that they're allowed to, that correspond with. And in the past, the other fire departments and the other, like Carol's crew there with the Human Resources, have used that and used that information to get that posted. Last thing that we'll talk about is just the fireworks sales and the stands themselves. For example, here's some pre-planning that's been done by the Rapid Valley Volunteer Fire Department. They do some pre-planning. We do share that information with the dispatch and with the responding agencies. as far as what potential what could happen in these areas. This is an area that has had some problems in the past, for example. The inspections of the fireworks stands themselves, the licensing all falls under the responsibility of the Department of Public Safety and the South Dakota Fire Marshal's Office. I have Deputy Fire Marshal for West River, Damon Hartman, can come up and speak briefly on the inspections and those questions that you might have on the stands.
You guys have questions?
Nice try.
Jerome's making everybody come up.
It's kind of interesting. We're 31st in the nation for cost as far as consumer grade licensing.
Damon Hartman, Deputy State Fire Marshal for the western third of the state. Our office sends out a packet. We get them. We have to hit every fireworks stand if possible in our area. So I cover the western third of the state. Unfortunately, Rapid City Valley area, they get hit every year. The others, depending on if I can get up to Faith, down to Angostura, it all depends on how I can hit all that area. But as far as for right around Rapid City, every stand in Rapid City gets hit every year except for the 1 year when I was sitting on top of George Washington's head when we had the fireworks at Mount Rushmore. None of them got inspected at that time, so.
And I'm sure you'll see that next year. You'll be on top of George's head
No,
again.
my one daughter's getting married, so I'm off that
Oh,
week.
you're good.
So I got out of it this time.
Maybe we'll get Deputy Sheriff Chief up there. Mark will be there for you.
But we have to, when I do go out, every license that they have submitted into the state, there's a fee for each one. I have to check every one that they have posted. And then I double check their safety as far as extinguishers, things like that, so.
And I could tell you from practical experience, he does a good job at it, and if you forget something, he'll remind you, and it's all in the matter of safety of the people that are there. So we appreciate seeing you.
Okay. Anything else?
Any other questions?
Thank you, Jerome.
Thank you.
That's all we have for you, just to give you some tools and information for the upcoming summer fireworks season and some of the complaints and stuff that go along with that, and give you an idea what you can and can't do as far as the county commission. Just give you a little, in closing, what is affectionately referred to as the pile. And the Rapid Valley Volunteer Fire Department keeps a nice job actually keeping track of this pile here as it grows throughout the year. One of the big complaints is debris landing on rooftops, debris in the streets, et cetera, that go on with fireworks. So, yeah, I don't have the updated photos, but the pile gets bigger every year. So any other questions or comments for you that I can help you with?
That's one guy, right?
That is one residence. That is absolutely the one residential structure in unincorporated Pennington County, one residence, and that's, again, affectionately referred to as the pile. And it has grown considerably since these first photos were taken.
You better go talk to them, Ron. You won't have to sell to anybody else.
He pretty much cleans it all up, my
They'll clean it
understanding.
out
though,
for you.
at the end.
Yeah, I mean, piles up and it gets hauled off. It has to. I mean, that's a mess. If you look at the amount of fireworks that are sold here in Pennington County, it's around 1.8 million. And we're actually third in the state. We're behind Minnehaha County and Lincoln County. Lincoln County is number one at 3 million plus as far as the amount of fireworks that are sold in Lincoln County. So I don't know, you either look at it as good that you're not selling that many, or you need to catch up, however you want to look at it. So you guys will get complaints, you will get questioned about why aren't you doing this or that, and it comes down to, as my understanding, what the state statute allows you to do and what you can and cannot do. So hopefully we're giving you guys some tools to help you with the upcoming period here. Thank you.
Good job, Jerome.
It's nice to see you, Jerome, standing tall and
yeah,
we appreciate it.
Thank you guys very much for all of that. I really do appreciate that, and appreciate the support on that.
Thank
you.
everybody for coming in, Jay and the doc and 911. So.
Gonna be funny right now, somebody lit off some.
Keep going, brother.
All right.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Jeremy. Have a good day, and we will go to items from the Highway Department. Superintendent, Mr. Joe Miller.
Was that your house?
No, I actually have a video of that house from last year, and that pile is about tripled the size of that. That's only, they didn't get the other side of that guy's driveway, so it's quite the impressive to be out there. You definitely have to have earplugs because it's constant right there, so I'm glad I'm not his neighbor. I enjoy the fireworks, but anyways, Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Superintendent. First on the agenda here is authorization to purchase guardrail from the state contract. We started purchasing off the state contract about 2 years ago, might be 3 years ago, as Hilt approached us and said, hey, you can buy the same thing off the state contract. It saves us on advertising fees, all that stuff having to go out to bid for it, saves on staff time. So we've purchased our guardrail off the state contract for the last 2 years. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you.
Care.
Yes.
So the guardrail, you're just purchasing guardrail, not the contractor to put it in the guardrail?
Nope, this is both. So like say on a curve, right, our crews can't really handle the curvature of putting guardrail in. It takes some special tools to be able to bend that guardrail around a corner. But straight sections, our crews go out in the wintertime and fix that guardrail. This allows for both. So we purchased materials from him and we also have him install it, so.
Thank you. Motion to approve?
Someone can, have a motion from Hadcock, second by Roskinick to approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. 13B, authorization to purchase bulk diesel gas products, addendum to the 2023 contract.
So this is a similar item, just allows us to purchase fuel without going out to bid for it every time. There's different ways to do this. You can get 3 quotes from the state bid from all your vendors and go with the cheapest one, obviously. We just elect to go with the state bid as they constantly update it and they're constantly doing the administration work on it. So as of the writing of the memo, the price for 87 octane at the pump was $3.14. State contract price is $2.52, so savings of 62 cents a gallon. Just to give you an idea of what we purchase every year, 2024 we purchased 240,000 gallons of fuel. 2023 we purchased 260,000 gallons of fuel. So as you can imagine, the savings is $150,000 to $160,000 for those 2 years. So it saves our office quite a bit of money, and henceforth, natural resources, sheriff, all those individual entities also use our fuel. So with that, I'll
You
stand
use
for any
almost
questions.
as much fuel as Hadcock uses in her new truck she's got.
It should be fuel efficient.
Yeah.
Mine's fuel efficient.
So this is, I'll just.
Move approval.
Anybody had a question?
No, I'll go ahead and make the motion to move to authorize Highway Department to purchase bulk diesel and gas products from state contract list. Addendum 2 for contracts number 17752, Harms Oil, Brooklyn, South Dakota, 17754, MJ Oil, Rapid City, South Dakota, and 17756, Moyle Petroleum, Rapid City, South Dakota.
Second.
We have a motion from Roskinick and a second by Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. I just had one question. Do you think the difference is the tax?
That's a lot of it. I think, so we don't pay, so actually I don't know how that works on the gasoline. I know like the diesel stuff for our equipment and stuff, we don't pay the federal tax. And I don't believe we pay the federal tax on our gasoline either because we're working on the roads. So I believe that's where the big difference comes in.
Thank you. Then we have a second reading of ordinance 11 amendment criteria for the installation, relocation, repair, expansion of utilities or
Did we vote?
excavation.
Did we vote on the other one?
Yeah, we did.
Motion and a second, and then did you say all in favor? Did we vote on it?
Yeah.
I think we voted on it.
She said no.
I don't remember, honestly.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Sometimes I
Go ahead.
get in front of it. I apologize for that. Okay, so we'll go to C and then second reading of ordinance 11 amendment. So, get a motion on that item?
Chair.
Yes.
Number one, thank you for continuing this because Joe took the time with Justin to go through it. All the questions were answered, and now we understood why I met with Justin because Justin talked the whole time on the questions. So thank you for taking the time for that, and I will make the motion for the second reading for approval.
For a motion?
Second.
A motion from Hadcock, second by Dur. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you, Joe and John, for your time that day.
We go to D, authorization to advertise and let BR 2025 bridge repairs. Nemo Road.
So we had an accident that occurred on May 22nd. Originally, we thought that it just damaged the guardrail on leading up to this bridge, but after inspection, it actually destroyed the deck unit on the outer deck unit that this guardrail is attached to. You can see in the pictures that were provided there. We've reached out to 2 different contractors in the local area here to get a quote to see where we're going to fall. The bid limit for this type of project is $100,000. So we're just preemptively trying to expedite that process. If we have to go to bid for it, we have the authority. If we don't have to go to bid for it, we're not going to. So we've actually sent this accident over to our risk manager to seek reimbursement from the individual's insurance company. As you can imagine, this is a pretty costly repair, something that wasn't necessarily accounted for in our 2025 budget, but we can accommodate this in our 2025 budget. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
I have a question. So when an accident like that happens, does the person who caused the accident or had the accident, does their insurance cover something like this, or?
The last one we had out on Country Road, they did cover it, yes.
They did, okay.
Motion
think
to
it-
approve? Sorry, Joe.
Motion for approval
Sorry, Joe.
from Hadcock,
Second.
second by Dur. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Joe.
Thank you.
You have a great day.
You too.
We'll see you July 1, or before that, I'm sure. Items from Natural Resources, Director Scott Guffey. Formal request for cooperative management action, BLM Prairie Dogs.
Good afternoon, Commission. Yeah, I'd give you a little update on this. Last spring, we had a couple of landowners file formal complaints on Bureau of Land Management property that's adjacent to them on prairie dogs. Went up and inspected it. The weed board, or we sent out a voluntary compliance letter. Got a letter back from BLM at the time. Their field office manager, it was actually her last day before she retired. She mailed out that letter basically saying, all your state laws are nice, but does not apply to us, and have a nice day. So they viewed prairie dog as a protected species, and that they were not gonna poison or control them. So we took that back to the weed board. Instead of doing the enforcement and getting tied up in lawsuits and litigation, we tried to have a meeting with BLM. There was an interim field office manager in place at the time. This was back in June, last June. And then their wildlife biologist was there, and T&E, Threatened Endangered Species manager out of Billings, came down too. Had congressional staffers there, had Department of Ag there, Game Fish and Parks, Commissioner LaCroix was there, and had a member of my weed board member there. I had a meeting with them, very frustrating meeting. They looked for any possible excuse on not to do anything, to take any action. Very frustrating, reading the room, reading the past administration and Secretary of Interior. It's like, well, let's wait till we get a new field office manager and see what their disposition is and possibly a change in administration. Our last weed board meeting, BLM, the new BLM director or field office manager, Jake Williams, came down along with Corey Newhart, their invasive species management director, came down, known Corey for a long time, first time meeting Jake, seemed like a great guy, very common sense, had a different attitude on how can we find solutions than on how not to. So very positive meeting. Commissioner Durr, he was our liaison on the weed board. He suggested getting the information to Jordan and drafting up a letter from the commission on cooperative management. Jordan did a great job drafting up that letter and compiling all the information that I'd sent over to him. So just a little background on where we're at and how we got to this letter.
Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hadcock.
I agree with the letter. I just went to a branding and listened to a bunch of ranchers talk about BLM and some other, wasn't very positive for them.
No, I can
So
imagine
thank
that.
you, and I agree with the letter.
Any other comments? So get them, I guess we're looking for a motion to, be able to, him, for Scott to be able to submit this letter.
So,
Okay.
yeah, I'll just do a motion to authorize staff to submit the formal request for cooperative management action to the Bureau of Land Management.
Second.
I have a, motion from Durr and a second by Hadcock to, approve this letter to be sent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries, and we're gonna, and I just want to thank you for the positive attitude you kept during the frustration level. I know people are gonna beat you up, and it's just out of your hands. I mean, if someone on their last day, that's the last thing they want to deal with, so
Yeah.
appreciate that, Scott.
And I think this letter will help Jake to give him
Yep.
more power to justify his
We will,
higher-ups.
we'd love to meet with him at some point if he wants to come in and see who we are, so.
And I thought you were going to thank him for sitting through the commission meeting together, so.
Yeah, that's
That too.
another thing, I mean.
Thanks for what you
We need to
do.
bring food for you guys or something. But we're gonna take a little break here, so however long you think it'll take. Let's make, what,
Jason,
10 minutes?
10 minutes.
That good, Brittany? All right.
Move to go in a Board of Adjustment.
Motion to go to Board of Adjustments, do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And we move on to item 15 for Planning, Board of Adjustment Hearing. Director, Ms. Brittany. Variance COVA 2507, Travis Graham, to reduce the setback to the section line for an existing structure.
Yep, so Cody Sack, Senior Planner. The location of the property is 12496 Old Hill City Road. They're going through the plating process. At the time for the plat, it was determined that existing structure needed a setback variance to the section line. But upon review, that structure was actually permitted in 1993 before that requirement of that setback. So staff is recommending to withdraw variance COVA 25-0007 as it's not required, and the applicant will receive a refund for his application.
That'd be my motion.
Second.
The motion is to, everybody understand the motion on the table, so we're actually giving this, we're just abiding by the regulation, giving them a refund? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries. We'll move on to item number 15B. Jones Ranch Partnership to allow a 1 acre lot in an agricultural district.
Megan Talmadge, planner. This is variance COVA 25-0009. This is a variance to allow a 1 acre in agriculture district. This will be utilized as a cell tower lot for a telecommunication tower that has existed since 2007. We take a two-prong approach when considering variances. Prong one, the important takeaways are that this is an existing tower. There is one other smaller lot agriculture district, which is the cemetery just north of this, that is about 2 acres. But the minimum acreage for agriculture district is 10 acres, and there's no special condition that exists on the property. This variance is a requirement of a layout plan and preliminary plan. The preliminary plan will be heard later in this meeting, but since no special condition exists, that would support approval by staff. Staff does recommend denial.
Chair.
Commissioner.
Since this has been there, my reason for moving approval has been there since 2007, that I moved to approve the variance COVA 25-0009. Is there no, yeah.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, motion from Hadcock, second by Dur. But I have a question. You're denying something that's already there?
So the preliminary plan that this is a part of is actually creating this 1 acre lot. And you will be seeing that later in this meeting. So they're actually creating a lot, so not necessarily, the tower isn't necessarily the issue in this. It is the fact that they are creating a lot that is less than 10 acres in agriculture district.
So this lot won't be because the zoning says you can't have a
Yes.
tenant, you can't have a,
Yes, so their options were to rezone this to an appropriate zoning district, which at this acreage would be low-density residential, or to get a lot size variance to allow a 1 acre lot in agriculture district.
how does it affect the other lot that it's inside of? Because somebody obviously owns the entire lot, right?
Yes.
So why do they want to plot this off?
They want to separate the tower from the other property that's being subdivided. So instead of having the leased area of the tower, which I'm not sure, it may or may not affects their taxes, there may be other things that they want to separate this out for.
I see where they're going. So they want to take this commercial structure off of their lot. How big is the lot they currently have?
I believe that it's close to 140 acres.
Oh.
It's pretty large.
So they're just trying to isolate that off that track?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
so Megan, if that was a 10-acre lot, that we wouldn't have to do the variance today?
We would not.
Yeah, to me, they're trying to isolate the cell tower from the rest of the property, and
Yes.
Motion and a second already?
Yeah, we have a motion and on the floor
But
and
you-
a second.
Your motion was to approve it, not deny, right? Okay,
Motion was to approve.
And that was my second.
okay.
Second was, so, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Aye. Motion carries 4-1. We'll move on to C. Variance COVA 250010 Jones Ranch Partnership to reduce the setbacks from the property lines 1.1 times the tower height for an existing telecommunications radio tower and equipment shelter. So,
Yep, so this is going to be in that same vein. This is for, instead of lot size, this is for the cell tower itself. Our current ordinance in place requires a 1.1 times height setback, which in this instance would be 219 feet. The new lot lines do not meet that requirement. So they are obtaining a variance to allow the tower to be within that setback. This is also a requirement of the preliminary plan, along with the easement that they are putting into place with the preliminary plan, that there is a 219-foot no-build easement around that tower with the new property lines.
there is a 290-foot no-build easement,
Yes, 219.
or is that what we're trying to eliminate here?
No, we're allowing the tower to be set within 219 feet, or less than 219 feet of a property line.
And
And it's their property currently.
Yes. So this, both the lot and the lot lines do not exist yet.
But they will, because they only wanted to plot off an acre,
Yes,
which doesn't give them room for the tower to fall down.
yes.
Chair,
Commissioner Hadcock?
so they're not grandfathered in since it was done beforehand?
They're grandfathered in on the eastern side, but since they're creating the lot lines on north, south, and west side, those are not grandfathered in.
You just set the lot line just now in the reading before.
Because when we changed the lot line, the
Yeah,
grandfather
then
went
that's
up.
what caused this
Yes.
problem,
All right.
correct?
I'll make a motion to approve based on, again, existing tower being there before with no complaints.
Second.
Who is the second? Drews. We got a motion by Hadcock and a second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, aye. Motion carries 4-1. We'll move on to item number 16.
Motion to come out of Board of Adjustment.
Second.
Motion to move out of Board of Adjustments in a second. So motion by Hadcock, second by Dur to move out of Board of Adjustments, and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. We'll move on to 16. This is the regular planning agenda, public hearing of rezone, COZR, RZ 25007, Travis Graham to rezone from agricultural to rural residential.
So Cody Sack, Senior Planner. So this property is located at 12494 Old Hill City Road. It's the property that we just did the withdrawal for the variance for. Again, he's going through the plating process. He's combining those two lots together, so he has to rezone. Future land use is rural residential, and that's what he's proposing to rezone to. So staff is recommending approval of rezone CORZ 25-0007 with the Planning Commission's concurrence.
So moved.
A motion from Hadcock,
Second.
second from Ross Connect. I have a question. Now, this is the same plat, right?
Yeah, so the
Same property.
Yep, same property. The plot's the 16 agenda item.
How far
16B.
away can someone build a house from that tower?
Oh,
Legally now?
sorry.
This is Hill City Run.
Yeah, this is different than Megan's item. This is the first item where we withdrew that variance. It was 15
Okay, so it's not the tower, right?
Not the Jones Ranch.
It's not the tower,
Oh,
no. I
excuse me.
believe
Okay.
that plot is.
So we have a motion and a second, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries. We're going to B, preliminary plan, 250004, Travis Graham, to combine two lots. So he's combining two lots, and that's when this causes this, okay.
Yep. So again, it's the same property as the previous agenda item. He's just combining two lots. He had to dedicate some additional right-of-way and an easement to his neighboring property since the driveway's for that property's on his lot. Staff doesn't find any issues with the request, and is recommending approval of preliminary plan COPPL 25-0003 with conditions and with the Planning Commission's concurrence.
A motion?
3 or 4?
4, I believe.
I think it's, I have 4.
For conditions, there's 4 conditions.
No, is it?
No.
Is it 004?
25-0004.
Oh, yes, correct, sorry, 25-0004.
Chair, I'd make that motion to approve.
Have a motion from Drews,
Second.
second by Ross Connect for approval. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Move on to item public hearing of comprehensive plan amendment 25-0006, approval by resolution Jones Ranch, Sonia Jones, to amend the comprehensive plan, change the land use from agricultural district to rural residential district. Now, this is that same
Yes.
lot. Okay, so as we go on, my question would be, how close can somebody build to that tower now that we've given them the setback? I mean, is there still a 1.1 setback from this tower? No.
Yes, with the preliminary, Megan Talmadge planner, with the preliminary plan, which we will get to after the comprehensive plan and rezone, there is a 219-foot no-build easement within that will prevent any structures from being
Perfect.
built unrelated to the telecom tower.
Perfect, okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I move to approve COCA 25-0006.
The motion from Drews,
Second.
second from Dur. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. We go on to item D, public hearing of rezone. Jones Ranch, Sonia Jones, to rezone from agricultural to rural. This is another item on here.
Yep, so I didn't get to discuss that comprehensive plan much, but this is in the same vein. With that preliminary plan, there's a small portion being transferred to a lot south of them that needs to be rezoned to rural residential, as it does not meet the minimum acreage for agriculture district. So the applicant is requesting. All the criteria for the rezone has been met, so staff is recommending approval of CORZ. Sorry, What number is that?
5008.
Thank you. CORZ 5008.
So move.
We have a motion by Dar,
Second.
and a second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion is approved. Thank you. Okay, then we go to E, the preliminary plan, Jones Ranch, Sonia Jones to subdivide 3R, 4, 5, and cell tower lots of Jones Ranch subdivision.
Move approval.
Second.
This is with 8 conditions. Okay, we have a motion from Hadcock, a second by Roskinick. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Move on to F, public hearing of overlay, Institute for Creation Research, Randy Galuzia, to allow a Center for Education and Visitor Familiarization and provide limited on-site training and visitor accommodations. So, Jason, can you explain to us
I sure
what's
can.
happening here?
Yep. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Thennison, Assistant Planning Director. So this item, again, is to allow a Center for Education and Visitor Familiarization, provide limited on-site training and visitor accommodations. Applicant is Institute for Creation and Research. Randy Galiza is the president of that organization. Currently, it is the South Dakota Children's Home Society. Excuse me. Location is 24100 South Rockerville Road. So you can see the zoning ordinance lists the criteria on the left and on the right. You can see they meet all of those. Also, the applicant is on the phone if you have specific questions for him about the development. A lot of that was covered in the staff report. Overall, though, this is what they're planning to do with that property. They're looking to add some accommodations there, some 4-bedroom complexes. You can see here up in the upper left side of the screen. They're also looking to add a new all-purpose building, visitor center, parking lot expansions. When this request was sent out for an interdepartmental review, we did get some comments back from County Highway saying the approaches and drainage need to be addressed. Those are covered as conditions of approval. Emergency Services also stated that they wanted to see this road. So they got 2 approaches. They have this one here and this one down south. They want to see this road connected so it makes a loop. Addressing coordinator also concurred with that, stated that would be in the best interest of the public safety. I did talk to the applicant since then, and they are on board with connecting that road. They had no issues. So the Planning Commission did recommend approval, but they did amend condition number 2 to take out considers and change that with just having them connect that road.
Chair, I'll move approval of COPU 25-003 with the change of number 2 with the 24 conditions.
Second.
Of a motion from Hadcock, second by Roskinick for approval.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner
So
Drew.
as this came through the Planning Commission, they're doing this right. They aren't purchasing the property at this point in time. They're just making sure what they can do if they do make the purchase. And so coming to us beforehand instead of afterwards, I think is commendable on their part, and I appreciate it. And I thought that their plan moving forward is very good. Thank you.
Awesome, okay. All in favor, go ahead.
So Commissioner Drews are saying it's better to ask for permission than forgiveness?
Yeah, right.
Not all the time, sorry. But, okay, so we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Going to G, public hearing of a comprehensive plan amendment approval by resolution. Brittany, go ahead. Brittany, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Brittany Molitor, Planning Director. So this is an ordinance amendment that has to do with our comprehensive plan. This has been in process for quite a while. I know several of you have seen this on the planning agenda when we do the planning breakout sessions. We talked about wanting to make some of these changes to our comprehensive plan, mostly the land use section. So this only pertains to Section 3, which is our land use section, and is not the comprehensive plan in its entirety. So I just wanted to make that clear. Some of the major changes, and I'll just go through them quickly. is that we will require a 1 acre lot size minimum in a low-density residential district in lieu of a half-acre lot size minimum. The reason for this is during the request, a lot of times our planning commission had some concerns about rezoning some of the lots, especially in the hills area, down to these half-acre lot sizes because they didn't feel like the infrastructure was there and the ability to have a well and a septic, you need to have a 1 acre lot minimum. So that is the reason for that recommendation. These two are just mainly nomenclature requirements. It's to change the suburban residential district to SRD1 and the urban residential district to SRD2. The reason for this is there's a lot of confusion over this urban residential district. It is not an urban residential district. And I think when we advertise for that in areas, there's some misconception that there's going to be a 5 or 7 story apartment building in that district, and that's not the case at all. It's very minimal change from a suburban residential district. They just allow a 20-foot front yard setback in lieu of a 25-foot front yard setback, and the minimum lot size is 6,000 square feet instead of 6,500. So if you look at the City of Rapid City's zoning districts, they have an LD1 and an LD2, so it follows that similarly. And because the areas where these districts will be is in the MPO area for Rapid City, so it will match more of their nomenclature. And so another big one that we've discussed with the board at length was combining the commercial and highway service districts into one commercial district and the removal of amusement uses. So when you look at the commercial and highway service district, a lot of those uses weren't dissimilar, and it was confusing because it did say the highway service district had to be along a highway. But if you look at basic planning practices, commercial districts should be on an arterial road. Typically they are, just because, you know, from a business perspective, you want to have that kind of route. And because of the traffic, you need to have roads that can sustain that. So we are going to requesting to combine those, and then the removal of amusement uses. And that came from our fire administrator. Some of these amusement structures are better under a conditional use, so they can have some oversight as far as whether they're getting inspections and things on them. And right now, they're just a permitted use, so there's no oversight in that perspective. The fifth is that we're going to add a neighborhood commercial district. This would be able to allow some minimum impact commercial and small facilities and offices to serve local needs. So especially in areas of Rapid Valley, I know the commercial district has like 40 permitted uses, so that can be overwhelming in some of the residential areas. So adding a neighborhood commercial district that would allow some small small medical offices, coffee shops, things like that, that are more conducive of a neighborhood commercial. And then another big one is adding the Plan Unit Development District back as a zoning district. Prior to that, in 2020, we had removed it because the Plan Unit Development District was not being used appropriately. We have come in meeting with a lot of applicants that are genuinely looking at doing some big mixed-use developments and some mixed-use structures. And we really don't have a way in our zoning ordinance to meet those requirements outside of a PUD zoning. So we're looking at bringing back that zoning district in our comprehensive plan. And then one of the other big tasks was updating our future land use map. And I will say, Jason went through every parcel in the county, probably at least 4 times, and looked at the land use around it. He used some specific criteria based on existing and anticipated infrastructure, dead-end road systems, topography, special flood hazard areas, surrounding land use, and new zoning districts. So our future land use map is updated to look at that. So instead of people coming in front and saying, well, you don't have the infrastructure available, and then they ended up getting it denied, or they don't know what the expectation is, we went through that very thoroughly to try to meet those needs. Some of the biggest changes in that future land use map you'll see is in the Rapid Valley area. That was a low-density residential, and with the expansion of the Rapid Valley Sanitary District's boundaries, we moved that to a SRD zoning because of their expansion of their district and their ability to serve with their new wells and their new storage facilities. So Planning Commission did recommend approval and concurred with staff's recommendation. Another really cool tool, I just want to, on our website, the Rapid City GIS was kind enough to build this for us. So this is a map of what our current future land use is, so what currently was adopted in 2020, and this is what we are proposing. So you can put in an address or a tax ID, and it will show you what it currently is under our future land use and what it's proposed to be. So you can see in, more so in the Rapid Valley area, these areas right here, were the low-density residential, which currently is a half-acre lot size. This is changing to that suburban residential. And there is some future commercial along here. This is Twilight, where, from our perspective, having Twilight constructed, it would be nice to have some commercial zoning in these areas, and then another one is in these areas here. This is the corner of Radar Hill Road and Longview, with the airport expansion and some changes, having some commercial development. This is neighborhood commercial, this darker, and so you can see most of the churches that already exist would fall under those neighborhood commercial zoning, so we moved those two. So I would entertain any questions.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Roskinick.
So Brittany, a couple months ago, some folks come in front of us and they wanted to do a dog kennel or something like that. And so would that, if we would have had neighborhood commercial back then, would that have helped? That wouldn't have, okay.
That still would have been a CUP, and that actually was a conditional use permit that was approved in front of the Planning Commission at their last meeting. They had actually moved that out to Old Folsom Road, which is closer to some industrial zoning and large lot agriculture.
So then on the 385, there's they wanted to do a tattoo parlor. So I think that got approved, but would that be neighborhood commercial, or would that just be commercial?
That would just be commercial. So neighborhood commercial is small retail facilities. The footprint would be up to about 2,000 square feet, 2,500 square feet. They'd mostly be medical, dental office, barber shops, beauty shops, coffee shops, small, low impact commercial.
But they could be in a residential neighborhood.
They could be, they would still have to meet commercial infrastructure requirements, so they would still have to be on at least, an arterial or a minor arterial, not a collector or a local road.
Okay.
Yes.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
And you guys know I love future land use since I've been around. Nope. So I always say it's politically or developer-driven. Rapid Valley is a perfect example of that for sure. So the only problem with putting that suburban residential, we have water and sewer, but the rest of the infrastructure out there in the surrounding area for highways and different things, for me, I don't think fit that bill until we get some cooperation with our drainage, we get some drainage areas and infrastructure for just highway, schooling, that kind of things. Because once you do suburban residential, you already know you're piling a bunch of people in an area, which Rapid Valley already has about 20,000 people doing that, and I think you're just adding to the issues. So I wouldn't be against that if we had more planning, meaning if we had more money for the systems of infrastructure out there, but because we don't, what keeps happening is the city's going to just annex around us, and we're just going to add to it, not having the infrastructures to support the same thing that they're doing around us. So water and sewer is good, but there's more to infrastructure. So for that reason, not really into the suburban residential, and everybody thinks that's just great. Go out east, and I'll keep saying it from the beginning. You already have impacts from those developments already on drainage. Anything we can do to mitigate, that's fine, but we're not going to get any money from the city to help us with that infrastructure. That's going to be affecting people that already live there. So for me, that's pretty frustrating. Neighborhood commercial in a positive way, I think we could use more out there. Twilight for a commercial zone is huge for Rapid Valley area, because like you said, and we're putting out there suburban residential. It can't just be housing. There's got to be some kind of infrastructure or for commercial and neighborhood commercial and other things around it in order to support that. Otherwise, you have children, families that having to come all the way into Rapid City for some of those supports that I believe that could be done in the Rapid Valley area. So really, some really positive things are doing, and you already know, love that SRD thing going on. Again, it's not really future land use, it's sometimes gets out of control politically or developer driven. And then, of course, the city doesn't help us with 3 Mile jurisdiction and infrastructure, and yeah. So I've seen that problematic since the last 11 years, and then in the past, I'm not going to say I wasn't. We were on the city council, and we felt that at that time, the infrastructure, you guys were doing it this way, so we'll just keep doing it and helping you out with approving stuff through the city. And I think they still have that feeling because we are not up in arms about some of the infrastructure enough for the city council to change their thought process and what they're doing around the Rapid Valley area. So anything we could do to mitigate that and for them to have a bigger understanding of the impacts they're making on our citizens in those areas, for me, would be more positive for me to support SRD. Thank you.
Chair, if I may. Sure. Commissioner. So a couple of things with the rezones, they still would have to go in front of this board to rezone those areas. So we still wouldn't recommend it if they didn't have some mechanism to improve the infrastructure for those areas. And then the other thing with the drainage, Joe Miller and I did work on an RFP to create 2 new drainage basins. It would be the Ennin Drainage Basin and the Radar Hill Drainage Basin. So we're working to get that out, to get some of those drainage basin plans looked at. So when the development, I shouldn't say if, when the development comes, there is some basin plans to follow.
And I appreciate that, but they're doing TIFs and everything else on the backside that are piling in there way before we get all these plans and these things move forward. And at this point, and you already know, from the impacts before, it's happening now. So us telling Rapid City or the surrounding area that SRD or go ahead and put some more housing in there while we're trying to work on it and making that future land use that way is going to be, I believe, adding to our issues because the zoning will fit. We know that from the last one, so thank you.
So, motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm going to make a motion to approve OA 25-1.
Second.
We have a motion from Durr, second by Roskinick. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. We'll move on to item 17, correct? Items from
Yes.
Commission Office, and this is Director Nebb.
Yeah, let me give you just a little bit of an update here. Jordan Nebb, Director of the Commission Office. So in 2025, the city of Rapid City decided that they were dissolving the TIF committee, which then they had to change the process then as to how they solicit county input. And so what they started doing at the beginning of this year was they just sent letters individually to each of the commissioners, and if they had your email, they would email you as well. And then they also sent a letter to the equalization office of the county. And that was how they solicited input for each of the TIF applications that come through the city. I was approached by a couple of the commissioners thinking this process doesn't really work for us as a board because we as a body don't get to talk about these TIF applications and come up with, an idea on how we want to respond. And there's not enough information presented there for the board. And so I began working with the city, revising the process and the timeline for which we can go through and make comments and provide our feedback. It's not ironed out fully with these two, but these two were on the deadline to where we kind of have to at least let you guys talk about it and discuss it. I reached out to Equalization and the Auditor's Office to see if they had any input. They hadn't responded quite yet. I'm sure they're very busy. And so we're hoping, though, in the future to have a summary or a brief prepared for each one of these from staff. And we'll probably talk to Planning Department. We'll probably talk to Highway, make sure that we get all of the input from county staff to present to the board. And then you can discuss as a body how you want to respond and how you want to comment to these. You are still able to, if you want to, individually comment on all of them. It doesn't, remove that right. It's just as a board as a whole to say this is what we feel as a county because we've got all this information compiled for these.
Well, Chair, I think that's a great idea because also the staff, like we just said, for the infrastructure and put it in the points, maybe they'll finally get it through our comments, if anybody reads them. But the staff had stuff in their concerns, and then again, with the infrastructure in the different areas that it's going to impact and how it's going to impact our residents without all these studies and things on drainage. Good job, Jordan.
Exactly. And like I said, I apologize that I don't have a lot of a summary really available for these. I haven't been able to go through them. So I don't really have much more to update other than just how this process is changing and how we're hoping to have it lined out.
So there's really no motion or anything on these items yet?
Only if you guys wanted to comment on these specific ones. That's the only thing that you'd have to do. And the motion can be vague or specific. If you wanted to say, have staff respond that we oppose these for these reasons, that could be easy enough, and then I can just go ahead and send out comments from the board.
Commissioner Ross.
Well, I agree with dissolving the TIF committee because I've been involved with those committees, and a lot of times members of that committee wouldn't know what they're voting on, and these things would just get rubber stamped left, right, and so I'm glad that they're getting vetted because they really got to make sense. You know, everything's blighted nowadays, and you know, I think they thank you for moving forward, trying to make it easier on us to make a decision that makes sense to the general public.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews?
So I've got a number of people that live in my district that have expressed opposition to the number of TIFs, not necessarily individually all of them, but just the number of TIFs that the city's been running through, because I don't know how many we've had since the first of the year, but there's been a bunch of them.
It's been a lot of them.
Yeah, and so, and I've tried to encourage them that their voice doesn't mean near as much coming from me as if they went directly to the city. And I think people just need to understand that if they have a problem with it, it's not necessarily, I think of those recent time, there's only one of them that really is a county TIF. The rest of them, 7, 8, 9, and however many there are, have all been city TIFs, so.
I agree, so. They're definitely not,
We need a motion to move this forward, how Jordan
I think
said.
I've got two motions here. I mean, for one and two, there's two different
Okay.
letters, right, or two different?
Yes, there are two different TIFs here that are at play, and so I don't think I need a motion for the process, unless you guys didn't want the process to move forward the way it is, but I'll have that all ironed out. I'll work with Mike, with the city, and everyone here in the county to make sure that we get that ironed out. It's just specifically, do you want to respond and provide any comments on one or both or either, neither of these
Of the way
TIF
that we
applications?
presented it then?
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
I would suggest that we look at drafting some conditions, just like the previous conversation that Commissioner Adcock talked about with the infrastructure and drainage and so forth. Some of the things that I think need to be incorporated into a TIF as it's originally being drawn, instead of trying to amend it after the fact. But I think we should have some standard things that we could respond to on basically every TIF that comes through, and then look at specific things on each TIF too, if we have
Respond
concerns
that
there.
way. Okay. Look, I have a checklist, and we go through that checklist, then we can add that response to the TIF, so they know where we stand on it.
So Jordan, explain motion 1 and 2 for us. 1 is what?
Okay, so motion to authorize staff to compile and transmit the board's comments regarding TIF application resolutions. Either you take them separately or together, 25 TI 005 and 25 TI 006. Now, the difference is 005, as the city notes, it's an application for a new economic development TIF that includes historic-themed interactive attractions, a lifestyle center with retail dining and entertainment uses, lodging and conference facilities, housing and timeshare, and community serving retail. So that's what that one is. That's number 5. And then number 6 is the Rapid City Catalyst District, which is an economic development TIF that includes municipal utility improvements, water, sewer, and stormwater, road improvements, street reconstruction, signalization, road configuration, recreational enhancements like indoor sports field house and vision funds projects. And its request is only for the Planning Commission to recommend approval of the boundary for that one. That's number 6. They're just approving the boundary at the moment. The actual presentation will come in the future.
So these are just two different TIFs that we can
Different TIFs.
comment on,
Yes.
or do we have to?
You don't have to do a motion at all. If you don't have any comments on this one, you can just let this go. It could just be informational. But, and unfortunately, since I don't have a better summary for you, I don't have a recommended motion. It's just, if there was anything you guys wanted to compile,
I don't.
and it doesn't sound like it. And that's okay.
We can move on to B? 17B?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, well, then everybody's good with moving on to B? Without a motion, okay. Item B, proposed resolutions for Black Hills Association of County Commissioners, BHACC/SD Association of County Commissioners. Any other directives for resolution preparation from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Sean, you forgot your iPad, or Joe did. Okay, sorry.
Yes, we got it.
I think this is just really notification that, of how the resolutions format work. You can present it to our district counties, the 14 counties, or you can take it, and those will go directly to the South Dakota Association of County Commissioners, or there is a way of taking them directly to the South Dakota Association of County Commissioners at the conference too.
Okay, perfect. I did have a fellow reach out to me. I believe he was from the SDACC, Dan?
Dan Clemish?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's president.
Okay. So we had a great conversation. So we'll move on to, does anybody have any comments on that? Okay, we'll move on to 18, and what we'll do is this will be anything but your committee, so we'll just allow, if anybody has anything they want to add, I'll just look around and see who wants to chime in. If not, we'll move on to 19. So, does anybody have anything they want to talk about, items from chair, commission members, whatever? I would just like to chime in on some of the conversation we had earlier with the treasurer's office. It's a comment, I would just say that I appreciate all the commissioners chiming in and directing the leadership to understand that our direction is to head to the mission statement, no matter what it takes. All the decisions we make or need to be pointed at that, looking at us moving forward as a team and looking at us figuring out how we bring solutions to the table and doing what we need to do to make the county the best possible place we can. I had a conversation with our Cody. He's working on some design for he's waiting to hear back for a little bit more about the design on the website, which I think could be a very good catalyst to some of the things we talked about today, with the Black Hills Energy and all these different people wanting to reach out to the same constituents. It'll give us an opportunity that they can sign up and they can get information from us. That any information that comes to the county will automatically get emailed to them to begin with. It won't be a big deal, but it'll be something that, and just the idea of telling him that we really want to have a creme de la creme when it comes to our website. We are the second biggest county in the state of South Dakota, but we want to be represented as that when people look at that website. So that was a conversation I had. But moving on, I'll go to Jerry Drews, and you had Care Campus Advisory Board.
I did. So that was held on June 5th. Pivot Point, the crisis stabilization facility, is really filling the intended role with the number of individuals assessed and admittances. Care Campus continues to work on reducing the number of repetitive clientele, those who are not willing to make life changes but want to use services offered. And then on June 9th, Planning Commission, we've already dealt with that, but next Monday on the 23rd, when the Planning Commission meets, it will be the last day. Karen McGregor will be serving on the Planning Commission. Karen has served a full 3-year term, and her commitment to the county has been appreciated. Planning Commission members have been very dedicated to serving the needs of Pennington County citizens. The other members of the commission, Lori Litzen, Michael Lewis, John Santana, Charlie Johnson, and Kevin Keene, will be joined at their first meeting in July with new member Matt Schmall, which we approved today. And I want to thank all those members, whether they're on the Planning Commission or other boards and committees, for serving Pennington County.
Thank you, Gary. We'll move on to Jerry Durr, Air Quality Board, Central States Fair Board.
The Air Quality Board is, I think, the most interesting meeting I've ever had since I've been in county government, so that's about all I'll say about that. And Central States Fair Board, they had their annual meeting. I didn't make it up there, and obviously, they're just gearing up for, the Central States Fair. We'll be having a meeting I'm chairing the Safety Committee, so I'll be setting up a Safety and Capital Projects Committee, and I'll be setting up a meeting with those individuals to go through some of that in preparation of the fair. And they did hire an individual to fill the previous kind of assistant fair John that left. And so anyway, that position's been filled, but not to that level, but more to an events coordinator. And so that will plug into the team. We had our meeting last week. Anyway, it looks like they've got that spot filled and they're ready to move on with the full staff. So the Alternative Energy Task Force has been interesting. The last couple of meetings, we have been focused on getting down to actually language in the ordinance changes that we're looking for. I went to a meeting a week ago Friday out to New Underwood, and there was about 120 to 140 Meade County and Pennington County residents at that meeting at the community center. The topic was solar and wind. By Zoom, she was supposed to be there, was Representative Elizabeth May. And we had Red Dawn Foster, District 29 was there. Travis Ismay from up in the Bellefouche area, Phil Jensen as far as representing legislators, and County Commissioner from Meade County, the Chairman Gary Deering. Was in attendance, and then I was there, and we kind of sat in a panel talking about these issues. And there's a proposed solar plant to go in just north of New Underwood into the Meade County side. And in our Alternative Energy Task Force Committee meetings, there is another individual that has property, a couple individuals just west of New Underwood, going west from the county shop a couple of miles, that want to put in a solar plant in that location. That company came out of Florida. They had a representative out of Dallas, Texas, that came up to our meeting here 2 weeks ago and talked about what their plans were. And so anyway, there's interest in these, but the feedback, I just asked at the meeting in New Underwood, what is the feedback in the community, in the rural area? So if I were to say no wind and solar, and we had a complete moratorium on that, how many support that? And it was about 95% of our rural residents, both in Meade and Pennington, support no wind and solar in an ag area. So a lot of conversation there, a lot about this legislature talking about regulations and the PUC and those types of things. So it was a lot of questions that came forward. Pennington County residents questioned the ability of Yarrow Tech to get through the planning commission and get approved for that conditional use permit and not coming to the board for approval. And so there was a big concern about having appointed board make these very consequential decisions for our communities and not coming to the elected board. I advise that part of the ordinance change that we're looking at would make that just like our mining ordinance, that to get that final approval on that conditional use permit would come to the Board of Commissioners. So their elected representatives would have input on that. So anyway, we've been working pretty hard on capturing. Brittany's done a great job on incorporating all the input from the members on the committee and looking at putting in language in the ordinance and different things that would go into our zoning ordinance to kind of regulate these things. And I'm just going to be straight up that in an agricultural district, I am not in favor of wind and solar in an agricultural district. And so I have asked our state's attorney's office to review what the county is able to do based on the fact that the PUC on those projects that are over 100 megawatts, what can we do? Because this was a topic with the community. If the PUC regulates those larger projects, what can the county do to regulate? And getting back to, can the county enforce something that is more strict than, let's say, what would go through the PUC? So also, kind of within that discussion, I just told the room that I'm not in favor of this, and I want zero wind and solar in an agricultural district. So I had a meeting with our state's attorney's office and asked them to review some of the questions. How can we regulate? Walworth County, it was brought up just in the last year, passed a very restrictive solar and wind ordinance. And, we talked about that. So anyway, my meeting with the state's attorney's office was, what can we regulate? What can we do without getting the county in a lawsuit and about a taking and that type of thing? And so looking at our ability to regulate, and if we do put this criterion that appears to be, pretty tough to get one through, and then backing up why we would do that, and leading toward just saying we would only authorize wind and solar in an industrial district. And so anyway, some of those conversations, there's obviously landowners that come to this committee meeting that, are waiting for our moratorium to end. So they have, land leases that they would like to lock in to get solar on their property. So there's the flip side of that conversation about land use. And so anyway, it's been, the last few meetings have been very detailed, about 2 hours plus per meeting. But anyway, we're grinding away. We are scheduling in July a tour of the wind plant down in Fall River County. So our entire committee is scheduling a trip to go to Fall River County so we can look at that operation down there and get some input and some other information. So anyway, Brittany is working on scheduling that with our committee. And that's about all I got.
Thank you. Nothing from Deb, nothing from Ron, nothing from Ron.
Have stuff.
But do you have something,
She
Deb?
didn't put them down.
You have stuff?
Yeah, she didn't put them down, so.
Well, you're not on here, so we're gonna move on.
So the CARE campus I went to, some people asked me to go visit about some of the issues with CARE campus and just in general. Sounds like the sheriff, I like Deb Jensen on there. She's always asked good questions. The staff is working hard at reducing some of this homelessness. Sheriff's trying to reduce how many people and what it's used for. I thought there was really good information, and I'm glad they invited me to the meeting. And then we had a special Pennington County redevelopment meeting because we didn't have quorum while I was gone. So we ended up talking about how we're redoing some of the buildings and how much that costs to redo those big high-rises and stuff, and what they're putting on those high-rises. We had a change order because of it. There's some pretty crazy material that's put on those, and just in 10 years, the update on those buildings and what can be put on those. And then we're, of course, still moving forward with RAD. We're looking at, of course, apartment buildings that we can take instead of build an apartment or a make a new development of Pennington County housing. We'd like to see if we can just take one over. And I thought that was pretty good. We had some, of course, easement issues and some stuff that we're fighting with over with the city. And also, I wanted to talk about Lindell, if we could do something through the fair this year to recognize Lindell and what he's done for the ag community and just 4-H and the fair. I mean, he's been there since the beginning of time fighting a lot and debating with people on the fair and moving forward and moving. He's done some tremendous stuff, let's just say, for the fair. So anything we could do for him from this commission and from the fair board, I think would be a positive for Pennington County.
I do know the fair is going to recognize him during the fairs.
Thank you.
Oh, I just want to thank Ron for his support, helping me find a solution for dust abatement on the South Rochard Road. They're in the final 2 months, but now they're putting a 6-inch gravel mat on that, and then you got the semis hauling that material. And anyhow, the decision was made that we're going to go ahead and apply the dust abatement, and I'll tell you what, it makes my life a lot easier. When I live in Rochford, and the lady that sends the emails out, she lives right across from me, so I can actually go out in public now.
And I appreciate it. I can't take all of them.
I just have one more comment. Yeah, I just got notified. I kind of knew it was in the works, but wasn't sure it was going to come forward. But just in the last few days, I got notified that I will be a board member with West River Mental Health. So I just want to put that out there.
All right. So, consideration of the vouchers.
Move to approve, okay, can't do that.
I will make a motion to approve a voucher for the Rose Inn LLC in the amount of $220.
With Habstock
I'm
abstaining.
abstaining.
I'll second it, so all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion 2, move to approve. Go ahead.
A motion to approve the remaining vouchers in the amount of $3,293,980.39.
And I'll second that, so we have a motion. Now, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
All right. I'll make a motion to go into executive session for personnel matters, a department head evaluation, and I know this just came up last night and got added, and pending litigation per SDCL 125-23.
Yep.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries this garbage.
No. I keep it.
Of executive session.
I'll make a motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We need one more piece of, we just need a motion to settle the litigation with 24/7 in Pennington County. Well, we moved to settle litigation with Pennington County, and, looking back
Sorry, I couldn't find my glasses.
versus Pennington County.
All right. So move.
Have a motion?
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Do we need to even need a motion to adjourn? Or do-
So move, we're adjourned.
Second.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Shut us off. Okay, thanks, guys. I know we went round and round.